Hello everyone, welcome back to more 428 Shibuya Scramble. Before, we get into it, my throat's kinda sore, so I'm probably gonna have to take a lot of water breaks, I apologize. Okay, so we'll go with Maria. The sales clerk continues to stare at me. You know, you look really familiar, he says. Huh? Really? I perk up at that. Maybe I can find out something about who I am. Yeah, you totally look like some pop singer on TV. Pop singer or TV personality. I just can't remember who. Oh, that's what you meant. My shoulders slump in disappointment. Look, if you're trying to flatter me, how about a discount on the necklace? Sure, okay. I mean, it's just something I picked up on the side of the road. The sales clerk stammers for a moment. Okay, how about I take off 10,000, 30,000 and it's yours. You mean it? That perks me right back up. Guess I'm easy to please. Yeah. Sure, you look like you might need to buy some new clothes, too. He points to my sweater. Oh, it's ripped. There's a tiny tear in the left shoulder. So, what do you want to do about the cat? The sales clerk adds. Want me to dispose of it for you? He gestures at my costume with his jaw. Oh, right. What should I do? Guilty. I feel a little guilty about having him go out of his way for me more than he already has. Maybe I should deal with it myself. He looks a bit disappointed when I tell him that. Oops. I buy the necklace for 30,000 yen and leave the knick-knack shop, hauling the costume with me. Oh my god. But as I walk along, I start regretting my decision. I can't find a good place to throw the cat outfit away. Finally, I spot a convenience store that looks like it'll do just fine. One of the employees is out front cleaning out the trash can. Several large garbage bags line the side of the road. Perfect. Maybe I can have him toss out the costume along with everything else. Excuse me, so I've got this old cat suit here. I figure it can't hurt to ask. Yeah, I know. The shop boy takes the costume from me. Taku Okado. You're here to throw this thing out. I got it. He sounds wholly unsurprised. He accepts it so blithely that I actually feel bad. It's been like this all morning, he says. I don't even care anymore. Just throw away what you need and be on your way, I guess. It's been like what all morning? I'm out here cleaning and people keep dumping trash on me. First it was this couple that up and threw a garbage bag at me. Achi. Kanao. After that, some homeless-looking guy came by, took all his clothes off, and left. Yuji Sasi. Oh god. Like just now, some chubby girl tossed out some empty cardboard boxes and a bunch of empty bottles. That must have been Chiri. She was probably drinking the burning hammer while she walked along. So when you came by just now with this thing, I knew right away. Yep, this again. I'm sorry. It's alright. 3 times, 4 times, what's the difference? He flashes a bright smile, but it's clearly insincere. Then he looks at me more closely. Huh. Aren't you the girlfriend of the dude who threw the bag of garbage at me? What? No, not me. Huh. Guess I'm misremembering then. Well, anyway, thanks for your help with this. Give the guy a bow. Sega! A few minutes later, near the station, I spot a sort of mall. Checking the directory by the entrance, I see that it's got several clothing shops and an arcade inside. They probably sell shirts in here. I hurry on inside. The interior of the building is like a twisting maze of corridors, all of them overflowing with people. I take the escalator to the second floor and find myself amidst rows of arcade games. I was trying to get to the fashion area, but I must have gone the wrong way. Excuse me. You haven't seen a lost little girl, have you? I turned to see a miserable-looking middle-aged man peering at me anxiously. Have you seen her? A little girl about 10 years old. A girl around 10? Have I seen her? What's her name? Hana. Hana Toyama. Hana? Oh, that's a pretty name. So, she's about yee tall. The man launches into a rapid-fire explanation, describing the girl's features, hair, and clothes. You're not separated from her around Center Guy. She likes this place, so I thought maybe she'd come here. Center Guy? That's right, now I remember. This is the guy I bumped into earlier in the afternoon while I was racing around in the cat costume. Got separated from his daughter. Yikes. If she did come here, it's not going to be easy to find her in the midst of these crowds. Are you sure she didn't go back home? I asked. Oh, there's this problem, he mutters. Going home isn't an option. Well, that's not really an explanation. Sorry to bother you. I'll look around a bit more. Whee! With that, Hana's father disappears into the crowd. I leave the arcade and head for the fashion area. I bump into Mr. Yanagishita in a hallway lined with photo booths. Huh? Boss? What's he doing in a place like this? Oh, Tama! You're out of the suit! For some reason, he's got a bunch of magazines strewn across the floor. Yeah, finally managed to get it off. That's good. I wish you could have been at the sales demo without your face hidden away. What are you doing? You mentioned something about a creek earlier. Are you going on a trip? Yeah, I was, but then I remembered something important. I get motion sickness, something fierce. He sounds kind of proud of himself. So yeah, no trips for me. Heck, I don't even want to think about that now. What about the money you owe? I asked, curious. Well, as it happens, I think I may have found my solution. He brings a hand to his mouth and giggles. Right here. I found a great way to make a killing. Reference to hunters. He opens the magazine he's holding to reveal a scratch card with a potential 100,000 yen prize. We just gotta scratch off one of these to win 100,000 yen. All I need is 30 of them and my debt's squared away. Each magazine I can nab is more money for me. Despite his enthusiasm, his story doesn't quite add up. Are those scratch cards guaranteed to win? No, of course not. It's a lottery sort of thing. Well then, having 30 copies of the magazine is hardly a foolproof solution. Quite the opposite, in fact, but I hold my tongue. Okay then, now that my goddess of fortune, Tama's here, let me hurry and scratch these suckers off. Hinagishita begins fervently scratching away at the first card with a coin. Ah, that one's a loser. Maybe the next one. That's a loser too. Damn it to this one, and this one. In a spectacular display, he scratches off one losing card after another. Soon he's down to just one last magazine. You're not a very lucky person, are you? Please don't say that. Mr. Yanagishita looks like he's on the verge of tears. I stare at one of the losing scratch cards. You know, if you could just see the symbols through the card, you'd win for sure, I say jokingly. I hold the card up to the light. When I do, I really can see the symbols through the card. Boss, I think I might have just... Shh! He interrupts me before I can share my shocking discovery. I look at him in surprise. Mr. Yanagishita has gone all pale. Quiet, Tama. Those guys are here. He shoves me into a photo booth. Those guys? The debt collectors, he hisses. They just do not give up. He clutches the sides of his head. Peeking out of the booth, I spot a pair of men who look pretty rough around the edges. Is it those two? Shh, not so loud. The men are looking around, and they're getting closer and closer. What do I do? Oh, what do I do? Yanagishita starts getting panicky. Tama, what do I do? I have no idea. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Mr. Yanagishita whimpers. This guy gave me a job. This guy gave me a job, so I kind of owe him. I look around for a better place for the two of us to hide. Unfortunately, I don't really see anywhere that might work. We might be safest staying right where we are. Just stay nice and still and we'll be fine, I whisper. Yeah, you're probably right. The curtain is drawn so people can't see inside, but just to keep up appearances, we start taking photos as if we're normal customers. I really hope they don't look in here, Mr. Yanagishita murmurs. What do we do if they find us? They won't, just don't worry. Despite my reassurance, it was a while before he stopped trembling. Then he said, You know, Tama, they say that when a man and a woman meet under unusual circumstances, it's easy for them to fall in love. Uh-huh, do they now? They do. Going through an extreme situation together makes you fall for each other. So, wanna go get married? No way. Yeah, I am not having this conversation. Anyway, I think they're gone now. The debt collectors, I mean. Mr. Yanagishita peeks out and quickly scans the surrounding area. They're gone. They're gone. Ha ha ha! So long, losers! His fear has given way to a burst of manic energy. Guess I'm in the clear now. Thanks, Tama. Come on, let's take some commemorative photos. Photos. Huh? To commemorate what, exactly? Come on, it'll be fun. Okay, big smile now. Ready? Cheese! Butter! Margarine! What? After that, I part ways with Mr. Yanagishita and head to a different floor. I don't tell him about being able to see through the scratch cards. The guy really ought to develop a proper work ethic. Hey, come on, wait up! I'm on the escalator to the 3rd floor when I hear someone shouting. I figure it's someone yelling to their kid, but when I turn to look, I see a young man I don't recognize staring right at me. Where are you going? Not safe for us to get too separated. What? Who's this weirdo? Is this some new pickup trick or something? I rush up the escalator to get away from the guy. Achi? Sonic. When I get to the restaurant section on the 4th floor, I'm hit with a sudden pain of hunger. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten a thing all day. I'm so hungry, I mutter to myself as I walk around. What should I eat? Then I spot Chiri coming out of a Chinese restaurant. Huh? Hey, Chiri. She turns to look at me, confused. Who are you? Oh, it's me, it's Tama. Ah, I thought I recognized that voice, she replies with a nod. Did you eat again? I ask. Well, yeah, but then they kicked me out. Isn't that just terrible? She looks pretty displeased. I came here because they said it was all you can eat, but then they closed shop because they ran out of food. Oh, wow, you're right. I spot one of the restaurant staff hanging a closed sign on the front door. Man, now all my early afternoon snack is ruined. An afternoon snack? At an all-you-can-eat buffet? I can't help but stare at Chiri's midsection, amazed by what that stomach is capable of. By the way, have you seen the boss? She asks. I thought he'd finally accepted that he needs to buckle down and work, but he's got some new crazy scheme. Guess the guy's just never gonna learn. I figure nothing good's gonna come from associating with him. I'd be careful if I were you, too. Huh. Done with her little rant, Chiri says goodbye and heads off among the restaurants. Hitomi? Who said that? Were they talking to me? Mr. Shinaka? I turn to see a businessman of some sort staring in my direction. Like everyone I've run into today, I don't recognize him. For some reason, though, I feel relaxed in his presence. Is that you, Hitomi? Hitomi? Could that be my name? Or are you Maria? No, As I fumble for words, the man peers at me with obvious concern. What are you doing in a place like this? We need to get you back home. Your parents are worried sick. My parents? Did someone file a missing person report while I've been wandering around with amnesia? The man leads the way and I follow. We leave the Gigo building but head down a narrow alleyway. Then the man suddenly stops. I feel a jolt of anxiety as I notice something gleaming in his hand. It doesn't matter which of the two you are. You're both in the way. He mutters, almost as if talking to himself. Right after that, everything goes dark. A mysterious man. Because she avoided the man. Okay, Achi. Oh, Sawa. I do not want others intruding into my domain. Accordingly, I do not intrude on others. That is how I've lived my life. That is how I've forged my sense of calm. But something has begun to drive me mad. The boundaries between myself and others have started to collapse. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I will become something other than myself. And that is one thing I fear I can never bear. Oh, no you don't. Kajiwara tackled Tanaka as he strode toward the door. The two men collapsed in a heap in the front entryway. Hey, Tanaka barked. What are you doing? Hold still. Kajiwara ran his bug tracker over Tanaka's body. It began beeping loudly. Aha! Kajiwara pulled off Tanaka's necktie clip. It's a listening device. Tanaka's face went pale. Where did you get this? Kajiwara demanded. Well... Tanaka trailed off into silence. I gave it to him. It was I who had appeared on the second-floor landing. You were listening in? Osawa asked brokenly. Ma'am, Kajiwara said. Would you mind explaining this? For once, he seemed deadly serious. I was barely able to hear a thing. That's what I get for going with something so cheap. I held out a dangling earpiece. When and where did you get that? Earlier today, when I left to do some shopping. And why did you plant a listening device on Mr. Tanaka? Kajiwara asked. That's what I want to know, Tanaka chimed in. Why would you do this, Mrs. Osawa? He was trembling. You were outside emailing someone earlier, weren't you, Mr. Tanaka? I saw you from the window. Emailing? Kajiwara looked into Tanaka's face. I nodded. He came back into the house shortly afterward, and I asked him where he'd gone. And what do you think he said, huh? She was practically gloating, playing to her little audience. She began stalking down the stairs. He said he'd gone to check on something at the lab, despite the fact that he was out in the yard there fiddling with his phone the whole time. So I figured if I bugged him, he might show his true colors and... Enough. Osawa cut his wife off. Tanaka had been emailing Hitomi, of course, but he couldn't reveal that now. I think I get what happened here, Kajiwara interposed. He folded his arms. Your wife thought that Mr. Tanaka was in contact with the kidnappers. And so she planted a listening device on him. The detective peered at Tanaka. Who were you emailing, sir? Yes, that's right, I chirped. Show us your phone, Mr. Tanaka. Let's see what you were really up to. Or is there some reason you don't want to show us? Osawa started to panic. If the police checked the cell phone, they'd find the emails from Hitomi. And if the kidnappers somehow found out about that, Maria's life would be in danger. But I was still relentlessly advancing on Tanaka. Stop this. Darling? She turned to him in surprise. Tanaka was sending emails on my behalf, Osawa said. I asked him to do it. And just who was he emailing? It was... He needed to think of a lie fast. It was... Pretty Honey? Who? It was Pretty Honey. The room went silent. Pretty... Wait, what did you say? Kajiwara asked after a long, awkward moment. Honey, Osawa replied meekly. My apologies. I didn't quite catch that. One more time. Pretty Honey. Osawa's voice was scarcely audible. Pretty Honey? I asked, sounding ashamed on his behalf. Who's that? Osawa felt his cheeks burning. Of all the names he might have chose, why had he picked that one? Who is it, sir? Kajiwara demanded. He regarded Osawa's face keenly. A personal associate of mine. You wouldn't know them. But why ask Tanaka to send the messages? Kajiwara asked. Don't you have a computer in your study? Couldn't you have sent the emails yourself? My computer was having problems sending email. I'm not sure what the issue was. Look, the point is there's no reason to worry about Tanaka's emails. Now I assume we're done here? I need Tanaka to run some errands for me. With that, Osawa opened the front door. Tanaka gave him a quick bow and headed out the door. Hey, wait! I started to go after him. Just calm down, Osawa barred the way. There's no way he's connected to the kidnappers, can't you see that? His voice cracked, and he shuddered at a sudden rush of emotion. There, sir, Kajiwara said consolingly. She's just deeply worried about your daughter. I turned around and marched back upstairs. But still, if she's that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift seems a bit... The little thingy tie bars? Kajiwara's muttering trailed off. What do you mean? Osawa asked. Nothing. Not important. The detective waved a hand dismissively, but there had been a definite note of suspicion in his voice. Well, back to work. Kajiwara headed back into the living room. Osawa returned to his study and sat in front of his computer. He had no desire to be in the presence of the detectives who now crowded his living room. The Aya Kameki ran fan forum for people 40 and over was still open on his monitor. He reloaded the page and saw that his earlier thread had gotten a reply. It was from Pretty Honey, a regular contributor to Osawa's threads. Username, someone who posts regularly, agriculture, police, Shinya, Kano, girlfriend, roomie, okay. I'm opposed to the idea of Aya Kameki expanding into America, angry face. She should be able to enjoy the success she's earned in Japan without having to struggle overseas. Face. Aya has done so much for us. I'd like her to keep supporting Japan forever. Happy face. The message was festooned with the sort of emoticons that a young girl might use. Pretty Honey claimed to be a 19-year-old female college student. Although the community was meant for Aya Kameki fans 40 and over, the settings allowed anyone to post there. The only young woman among the members, however, was Pretty Honey. The thread continued. By the way, have you tried the Awa fortune teller yet? There's a link below. Happy face. Fortune telling? Huh? The heck? Osawa stared. Should he ask if whether Maria was safe? If it gave him a good answer, he'd believe it. If it were a bad answer, he wouldn't. It might be worth a shot, just for the peace of mind it'd bring. He clicked the link and the Aya fortune teller page came up. It asked you to enter your birth date and sex, and then Aya Kameki would offer her advice. Osawa followed the instructions, entering his date of birth, selecting male, and then clicking next. A few seconds later, his fortune was displayed. You're a very work-minded person. He'd hoped for some insight on Maria, but instead it was just a write-up about his personality. You'd never be able to get by without the devoted support of those around you, but you probably don't realize that, do you? It's a big mistake to think you can get through all of life's challenges on your own. There's nothing cool about being ignorant. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Famous people who got your results. Shinosuke Arai, playwright. Osawa couldn't help but feel that the advice was painfully appropriate. He went back to the forum and replied to Pretty Honey. Nice to hear from you again, Pretty Honey. I definitely know how you feel about Aya Kameki being ours. Still, I'm confident she's got what it takes to persevere and succeed in America. If she does fail, well, all of us in Japan will be here to welcome her back all the same. Guess this voyage to America I've concocted just has me a little worked up. Anguished face? Osawa clicked post and leaned back in his chair. Mr. Osawa! Mr. Osawa! It was Kajiwara, shouting from outside the door. First the toilet, then lunch. What is it now? There's been a development in the case. Please join us in the living room. We have important matters to discuss. Kajiwara had his detective face on. When Osawa entered the living room, I was already there, looking stern and solemn. Now that you're both here, Kajiwara said, allow me to share what we know. We've identified a location that appears to be the Syndicate's hideout. You have? What about Maria? Is she there? Osawa exclaimed. We still haven't been able to ascertain whether your daughter is safe. Well then, what were these important matters you needed to discuss? Osawa felt a wave of anxiety rush through him. The hideout in question is a condominium in Hiro, and it's owned by... By whom? Mr. Osawa, please calm down. Tell me. Go on, out with it. Kajiwara took a deep breath. The residence is owned by Mamoru Tanaka. Osawa was speechless. He couldn't process what he was hearing. Tanaka? Lies, I shrieked. Just what are you implying? That Mr. Tanaka's the kidnapper? Where's your proof? With all due respect, ma'am, weren't you suspicious of Mr. Tanaka yourself? I suppose, but... You did go so far as to stick a listening device on him. Flustered, I withdrew into a vacant silence. The sudden ringing of the phone startled everyone in the room. Was that Tanaka? No, it couldn't be. There was no way. The phone was wiretapped. The detective wearing the headset nodded to Kajiwara, who in turn motioned for Osawa to pick up. Hello? He said cautiously. Hello. Is this the home of Maria Osawa? The voice was not Tanaka's. Osawa didn't recognize it, but the veil of despair that hung before him thinned slightly. Is this the home of Hitomi Osawa? This time the man on the phone used Hitomi's name instead. Yes, that's right. The caller immediately hung up. As Osawa stood there, dumbstruck, Kajiwara gently took the receiver and hung up the phone. One of the detectives addressed Kajiwara. We've traced the source of the call to a cell phone. Also, we've pinpointed the base station used. Inform Director Kuze so you can prepare a team just in case. Just in case? Osawa asked. What do you mean by that? Kajiwara frowned slightly. Just because this is a kidnapping case doesn't mean that every phone call comes from the kidnapper. We'll look into it, of course, but... I see. Besides, right now, confirming Mr. Tanaka's whereabouts takes priority. Don't you agree? Osawa nodded. Someone should call him, the detective added. I'll do it. I got out her cell phone and dialed up Tanaka. Where was Mr. Tanaka headed? Kajiwara asked. He eyed Osawa keenly. I don't know. I don't actually know. Even leaving out the part about Hitomi, that was still the truth. If Tanaka was behind the kidnapping, Osawa knew he ought to tell the police about the blue minivan and the emails from his daughter. But part of him still trusted Tanaka deep down, and he couldn't bring himself to reveal it all. We have investigators en route to Tanaka's condominium, Kajiwara said. Let's wait for them to report in. We have... On the far side of the room, Aya was squawking in frustration. Despite several attempts, she hadn't been able to get through to Tanaka. Kajiwara's phone rang and he pulled it from his pocket. Kano? What's going on? He headed into one corner as he spoke into the receiver. I suppose that'd be alright. What for, though? After a few more quiet words, Kajiwara held his phone out to Osawa. One of the investigators on the scene would like to speak with you. Frowning in confusion, Osawa took hold of the phone. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here. There was a pause as the speaker took a deep breath before continuing. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? What? Osawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? Antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective in the Shibuya precinct know about it? Do I need to do anything here? No. Osawa was bewildered. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa, the detective continued after a moment. Is everything all right? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. They were after the virus. Did he mean the UA virus kept at the lab? Wait, hold on. The detective had to be wrong about that. The kidnappers must have the UA virus already. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do what I did to Hitomi. Do not look away. These are your crimes. At last, Osawa understood what those emails from A were all about. They were a preview of the tragedy that was yet to unfold. The kidnappers probably meant to start the main event soon. It might already be too late to stop them. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara asked. Are you alright? The detective gazed with concern in Osawa's ashen face. Bracing himself, Osawa spoke up, his voice hoarse and dry. A killer virus is about to be unleashed in Tokyo. And I know who's responsible. It's me. The sudden confession caused the detectives on site to stir like a hornet nest. Please arrest me. Feeling the weight of his crimes crushing down on him, Osawa dropped his gaze to the floor. He held out both of his wrists. I'll tell you everything down at the station, he said. Anything you need to know. Osawa imagined bodies dropping left and right. There were limits to what might be cured by the small stockpile of antiviral his lab currently contained. If they were unable to quarantine the infected in time, then Shibuya, no, all of Japan might be engulfed in a pandemic that the drug can never stop. could only hope that his complying with the authorities might help stop the spread of the infection before it was too late. Guilty conscience. Okay. Kano. Kanon? Kano muttered. What's Kanon? The stench of blood hung heavy in the basement bar. Stanley was silent, staring at the criminal's corpse. Hey, do you know anything about this? Kano asked. Still, Stanley gave no response. The silent treatment again, huh? Kano huffed. The American glanced at him gravely. In all likelihood, the one who did this was acting alone. Alone against this many other people? Who on earth? There's no need for you to know. Cut the crap, Kano snapped. He grabbed Stanley by the collar. If there's someone involved in this case who's capable of something like this, I need to know about it. How am I supposed to do my job if you keep me in the dark? Stanley remained stone-faced. Look, I'm not afraid of the risks, Kano said. And I'll be a lot more effective if you at least fill me in on the basics here. The more you know, the sooner you'll wind up dead. Kano tightened his grip. But it's okay if I wind up dead while I'm still in the dark, huh? Fine, Stanley said. I'll answer your first question. He brushed Kano's arm aside. Kanon is the name of a covert operative from the Middle East. I believe she's the one who killed these people here. The Middle East? A covert operative? Kano hadn't expected spycraft to be involved with this. Yes, she's an assassin and cryptanalyst specialist. Do you recall the mass jailbreak from Abu Ghraib prison a while back? Kanon was the one who provided the intel the escapees used to get out. Kano was at a loss for words. The case was suddenly starting to seem a whole lot more sinister. Whoever this Kanon was, she'd apparently killed nearly a dozen people with only a knife. She was clearly no one to trifle with. Just what kind of individual were they dealing with here? He could scarcely imagine. Once again, Kano surveyed the crime scene. Each of the murdered criminals had had his throat slit. From the look of the deep, clean cuts, the killer hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Okay, so then what connection does this Kanon have with the mastermind behind this kidnapping? If Kanon had killed all of the foreign syndicate members in the bar, did that mean she and the person behind the kidnapping were enemies? Or perhaps she and the kidnapper were working in concert, and she'd carry out the slayings as part of some plan to get rid of some loose ends. I believe I said I'd answer one question. Turning away, Stanley picked up a file from atop a nearby table. Apparently he wasn't in the sharing mood. Realizing that further questions would be pointless, Kano peered sidelong at the file as Stanley opened it. Inside was a detailed map of Shibuya. There were various routes marked with arrows and times. That's the plan for the ransom relay. Kano was so excited he blurted his thoughts out loud. It appeared that the ultimate goal for the ransom was a condominium. The address and the time 1420, aka 220, were written in red ink. Kano put in an immediate call to the investigation task force to relay this information. The final destination is Ground Hill number 405 in Hiro 534 Shibuya. Alright, Kusei told him. We'll look into who owns the condo in question. You and Stanley head over there now. I'm sending backup to go in with you. You have authorization to apprehend the suspect. Finally hearing the order that he'd so long been waiting for, Kano felt the spark of determination flare inside him. Alright, let's go, he said, some of his excitement slipping into his voice. Stanley, still solemn, closed the file and followed him out of the bar. Stanley drove along Inokashira Dori toward Hiro, where the finish line for the ransom relay was located. His demeanor was cold and brooding, in sharp contrast with Kano's gun-ho readiness. He seemed lost in some deep and cheerless thought. Kusei's voice came in over the wireless as the car came out onto Meiji-dori. We've identified the owner of the condominium. It's... Kano held his breath in anticipation. The name Kusei spoke caught him by surprise entirely. Ta-da! Achoo. You must be Hitomi. The girl called Kanan spoke fairly fluent Japanese. Hitomi nodded in response. Yes, that's me. And you're Kanan, right? How did you know my name? Did Maria tell you? Yes. She told me about this amazing girl from overseas she made friends with. A thin smile crossed Kanan's lips at the word amazing. Then her look grew sad. Poor Maria. It's my fault that she was abducted. What? Achi and Hitomi gasped in unison. That's why I have to rescue her, Kanan added. Hold on a second, Hitomi said. What do you mean it's your fault? Kanan replied by jerking her chin in the direction of the main road. Better head that way, she said softly. Someone's coming. But Hitomi didn't back down. Please, tell me, why was my sister kidnapped? Several sets of footsteps echoed down the alley. They could see figures approaching now, by the looks of them accomplices of the man Kanan had taken down earlier. You two get out of here, she warned. I'll handle this. She stepped out in front of Achi and Hitomi, moving with such confidence that they didn't doubt that she could handle the threat. Come to the Gigo building at 3 o'clock, she added quietly, never taking her eyes off the advancing syndicate members. Huh? Hitomi squeaked. I'll explain everything then. The criminals broke into a run. Come on, Hitomi, let's go, Achi hissed. He took her by the hand and bolted from the alleyway. The two didn't slow their pace until they'd put plenty of distance between themselves and the alleyway. Kanan said that this was her fault. What could she have meant by that? The hard run hadn't made Hitomi forget the other girl's startling suggestion. Well, she said she'll meet up with us again later, Aji said. We can ask her more about it then. In the meantime... An ache in his belly had made Achi realize he'd been running all day and hadn't eaten since the morning. Maybe it's not the best timing, but do you want to get some food? I'll be okay. Hitomi's face was racked with emotion. It's only natural, Achi thought. Not only was she afraid for her sister's life, but there were all these people out to kill her too. And with this Kanan girl suddenly showing up, the situation was more confusing than ever. Still, they might as well address the few problems they could control. There was a fast food joint nearby. Let's go in there, Achi said. You might not be hungry, but you should still make sure you stay hydrated. Hitomi shook her head, but her wan face practically radiated exhaustion. Come on, we should rest up a little. But there's no rush. If we're gonna meet up with Kanan later, it's probably best if we don't just wander aimlessly until then. Never know who we might run into. I guess you're right. The two went to the fast food restaurant together. Sweden. Welcome, said the girl at the register with a bright smile. May I take your order? I'll have the spaghetti with meat sauce. How about you, Hitomi? Spaghetti bolognese. I'll just have an iced tea. Hey now, you should probably eat at least a little something. Okay, then I'll have a strawberry parfait. She sounded a little embarrassed to be ordering a dessert. So yeah, said Achi, 1 spaghetti and meat sauce and a strawberry parfait, please. Coming right up. The cashier promptly assembled their meal and set it out on a tray. We've got a special contest going on right now, she said. Please check it out if you're interested. The girl handed Yachi a flyer. It read, Iron Stomach Eating Contest. Eat 1,000 scoops of ice cream and win 10 million yen. Cherry's all on that. What the heck? Achi stared at the flyer as he took a seat at the open table. 1,000 scoops? That's impossible. Anyway, let's hurry up and eat. As Achi stuffed his face with spaghetti, he thought back to their encounter with Kanan. The girl had helped them out, sure, but could they really trust her completely? It might be dangerous to meet up with her again. Still, Hitomi needed to know more about what had happened to Maria. And Kanan obviously knew something about that. It looked like they need to take that risk. My sister really is amazing. Huh. Hitomi's quiet words drew Achi from his ruminations. He paused with a forkful of spaghetti halfway to his mouth. My sister met Kanan while she was on a trip to the Middle East with my father. Hitomi nibbled at her parfait, looking lonesome. Cool, but how does that in particular make your sister amazing? It's typical of her is all. She's so dynamic and gung-ho about things. Hitomi explained, her gaze turned inward. It was just my father and sister who took that trip to the Middle East. I didn't go with them. I guess my mental image of that part of the world is mostly that it's really dangerous. To me, going there seemed like a huge risk, but Maria didn't see it that way. Your sister sounds like a bit of a loose cannon. If you can't bring yourself to take risks, to do things... but if you can't bring yourself to take risks, do things, Hitomi continued, you can't meet new people and have new experiences. That's the part I always get hung up on, the risk. I'd never be able to make a friend like Kanan. Achi's mind wandered as he listened to Hitomi talk. Listen. He just wanted to sit there and listen to her voice. Her voice was sweeter than any parfait could be. Achi had never been a big fan of sweets, but he wanted as many helpings of Hitomi's voice as he could get. no matter how trivial. If she said it, he wanted to hear it. But Hitomi went quiet and hung her head. Broken from his reverie, Achi spoke up again. What's the point of comparing yourself to your sister? You're your own person, Hitomi. Professor Palmer said the same thing. Huh? Achi didn't recognize the name. Oh, sorry. Leland Palmer. He's my university English professor. He's given me advice on a whole bunch of things. That sounded rather intimate. All sorts of worrying images shot through Achi's mind. So, how old is this teacher of yours? Huh? Around 40 or so, I guess? Great, Achi thought to himself. Another middle-aged guy. His mind filled with another sequence of slightly more upsetting images. Boy, can you just not... Oh hey, ain't that Hitomi Osawa? Oh wow, you're right, it totally is. A college-age couple sitting behind them were talking in hushed, excited tones. Man, she really is a cutie, the young man observed. He made no attempt to hide the fact he was looking Hitomi over. Hey, hold on, Masa, said the girl. What gives? Well, I mean, she is Miss Midoriyama, right? Miss Midoriyama? Said nothing. Achi said nothing, but kept his ears tuned to the couple's conversation. You sure that's her? Yeah, it totally is. No, it isn't. Isn't that Maria Osawa? Oh, maybe? Either way, she's super cute. Hey now, Masa, what gives? Achi turned back to Hitomi. Is that true? He asked, peering intently at her face. Well, yeah. She nodded with an awkward smile. Well, I mean, you are really cute and all, Achi said. Miss Midoriyama. Well, I'll be. He nodded to himself as he took it all in. It was Professor Palmer who convinced me to enter the beauty contest, actually, Hitomi said. Huh. Achi's smile twisted up a little. He said if I really wanted to change myself, I should try entering. Achi maintained his outward composure, but inside his heart was racing. Tanaka and Palmer, which of them held Hitomi's true affections? Or was she possibly leading on two middle-aged men at the same time? The more he thought about it, the worse his delusions became. Or, you know, she's not into that. What actually happened, though, is my sister and I both won the prize. Hitomi's words snapped him out of his funk. She sounded disappointed. Huh? They gave out a double prize? Turns out my sister had entered the competition, too. She smiled a self-deprecating smile. Guess twins really do think alike, huh? Hey, double schmumble. You still won a prize, right? That's pretty impressive. Nah, they just picked me as an afterthought to my sister because twins sharing the prize made for a good headline. She looked away sadly. Did they say they picked you as an afterthought? They didn't have to. It was obvious that my sister really won. You can't know that. Maybe she was the afterthought. Come on, you need to believe in yourself. Hitomi just hung her head. But I'm such a terrible person. Suddenly her eyes welled up with tears. I hate myself so much. I can never forgive myself for what I did. Hey, whoa. Achi watched her with trepidation. She looked like she might start bawling at any moment.
What's the matter?
The night my sister was kidnapped, I was supposed to go to a college party with her. But then all of a sudden, she told me not to go. I kept asking her why not, but she just kept insisting I couldn't.
Hitomi's face was bleak with regret.
We both got mad, and I wound up blowing up at her. Okay, I get it. I don't really need to go to the party. Fine, I'll just be your little tag-along anyway. Just like in that beauty contest. You couldn't just let me enter that by myself, could you? You always have to be the center of attention.
Maria scowled.
Fine. The party starts at 7 o'clock. Try not to forget, okay? I was kicking myself as soon as I told her off. My sister isn't the sort of person to tell me what to do or not do. She must have had a reason for not wanting me to go. I was planning on apologizing to her after the party, but
then she was abducted, right?
Archie polished off the last of his spaghetti. He set down his fork, then wiped his mouth.
Hitomi, I get why you're trying so hard to save your sister, he said. And maybe I'm not as tough as that Kanan girl, but I'll stick with you to the end, if you'll let me. He tried his best to convey an optimism he didn't really feel. And once we found her and she's safe and sound, you can tell her you're sorry about what you said. At long last, Hitomi cracked a smile. A short while later, the two arrived outside the Gigo building. They were a little early for their 3 o'clock meetup with Kanan. They had decided that searching at random for the blue minivan was too risky. It could easily draw the attention of the man with the cane or the foreign kidnappers. Getting information from Kanan seemed like the best next move. "Oh hey," Ashi said as they waited. "You got a little rip in your top." Hitomi glanced at her shoulder and saw the tear in the fabric.
"Oh, you're right. When did that happen, I wonder?"
"Must have snagged it on something while we were running, I guess." "We've got some time before Kanan gets here. Do you want to buy some new clothes?"
"Huh? Are you sure that's a good idea?"
"We'll stick out if we just stand around here waiting. May as well head inside until it's time." Since many celebrities did their shopping at Gigo, there were back entrances for times when the place was crowded. Everyone who frequented the old shopping district knew about them, including Achi and Hitomi. In a pinch, one of those back entrances could be an escape route. With that in mind, the two headed inside. Shibuya Gigo was an entertainment complex featuring a video arcade and fashion shops. The ground floor and 2 basement levels of the building were designed as an amusement area outfitted with skee-ball, claw cranes, fighting games, and the like. The second floor held a mix of photo booths and ladies' wear shops. On the third floor were specialty fashion boutiques, and on the fourth were restaurants. Achi and Hitomi took the escalator to the second floor. Hitomi started heading for the shops, but Achi stopped her. "Hey, wait up."
"What's the matter?"
"The dude hanging around a woman's clothing store is gonna stand out. I'll wait for you here." There seemed to be nobody but female customers around. If the man with the cane or the kidnappers appeared, Achi figured he would spot them right away. It should be safe for Hitomi to shop on her own for a short while.
"Alright," Hitomi said. "I'll try to make it quick."
She began to head out into the sales floor. Oh god. Whew! A seedy-looking man poked out from beneath the door of a photo booth right at Hitomi's feet. "That was a close one, wasn't it, Tama?" he said to her. "I thought it was dead meat for sure." His tone was oddly cheerful, considering what he was saying. "Who's this guy?" Achi asked. "You know him?" "No, I don't." The sketchy fellow gave her an ingratiating look. "Come on, Tama, don't be like that." Hitomi took an anxious step back. "Hey man, knock it off." Achi dragged the guy up to his feet. Okay, no need to get all testy." "Who is this guy, Tama? He your boyfriend?" "Boyfriend?" That might be one way to get rid of him. No, wait, these are options. Bashful. No, he's not my boyfriend. Hitomi denied it before the words were out of Achi's mouth. He felt a little pain of heartbreak. "What? So you're not her boyfriend?" The guy flashed a broad grin. "Hey, listen you creep, who the hell are you?" "Oh, me?" The man's face suddenly blanched. "Oh crap. Tama, hold on to this for a bit, will ya?" The weirdo shoved a worn-out magazine into Hitomi's hands, then bolted off in a panic. The heck was that all about? Yeah, I wonder why he ran off like that. Achi and Hitomi stared at one another. "Well, anyway," Achi said, "there are a lot of nut jobs out there, so just be careful, yeah?" "Okay. If anything happens, I'll give you a shout." Hitomi flashed him an impish smile, and scampered off into the sales floor. As he watched her go, Achi muttered to himself, "Damn it, why does she have to be so cute?" "5 minutes or more passed as Achi waited for Hitomi. He stood by the escalator, almost as if he were keeping guard. Female shoppers began to give him icy stares for being somewhere he probably shouldn't. "This sucks. Come on, Hitomi, hurry up and get back here." The longer he waited, the more uncomfortable he felt. How long was she going to take? Then he happened to turn around to see Hitomi riding the escalator up. It looked like she had indeed bought some new clothes. "Hey, Hitomi!" She didn't seem to hear him. Go after her. He decided to go after her. Had she forgotten where he was waiting for her? She stayed on the escalator, heading up toward the top floor. Achi followed her, but by the time he reached the top, she was out of sight. This was the restaurant floor, so it was more open than the other levels. He hurriedly began to look around. As he wondered, he bumped into a man talking on his cell phone. Sorry, my bad." Achi held up a hand in apology, but the man was too engrossed in his conversation to notice. "No, you're not getting it. The lock was undone, too." The man startled Achi by suddenly shouting into his phone. "You need to consider the risk of it getting out." Whatever this guy was talking about, he sure was angry with whoever was on the other end. "Look, I'll figure out what to do about the minivan. You just handle things on your end." "Minivan?" Achi's interest was piqued, but he needed to find Hitomi before he let anything distract him. As he scoured the 4th floor, he came across a Chinese buffet and noticed the large windows in its outer walls. You could see a lot of Shibuya through those windows. Maybe Hitomi had decided to look for the minivan from up here. One of the restaurant employees came rushing up as Achi headed inside. "Sir, I'm sorry," she said. Sir, you'll have to forgive the inconvenience. We're not open to the public, not right now. Not at the moment, I mean." The employee's voice was oddly subdued for some reason. Masai Take. Manicured black. Not sure if we needed a video of that exactly, but okay. "Why not?" Achi asked. "Well, you see, one of our other customers ate all our food." "They ate all of it?" Looking around, Achi saw a chubby young woman camped out at a table by one of the windows. Set out before her was a veritable mountain of plates. "What I'm trying to say, sir, is that we're, closed for the rest of the day." "Oh, but I'm with her, actually," Achi lied. Without waiting for a reply, he barged into the restaurant. He took a quick look around, but there was no sign of Hitomi. Before leaving, though, he figured he'd at least take a look out of the window. The huge glass panes looked out onto Dogenzaka. He had a decent view of the roads, but he didn't spot a blue minivan. Achi dropped his gaze to the sidewalk outside the building. "Oh!" He let out a tiny gasp. Even from four stories up, there was no mistaking what he saw. A group of black-clad foreign men had gathered outside the building. They figured out that he and Hitomi were inside. He needed to find her, and fast. He raced out of the restaurant, alert for trouble. Maria 14. No! The heck? Wah! I swear, it's one issue or another with me. So we finished. Okay. Maria 410, Debt Collector. That gave me a job. The third floor is packed with young girls. I spot a shirt that catches my eye and head to the fitting room to try it on. There I realize there's something in my pocket, something I must have been carrying around for a while. It's a photo. A photo of a white man. Who's this guy? I can't quite tell if I recognize him or not. This man. Huh? Dangerous. I hear someone's voice inside my head. Stay away from him. Flashes of memory flicker in my mind. I see a girl standing before me. I can't quite recall her face, but I get the impression she's someone very important. She speaks to me. This man is dangerous. Stay away from him. That's all. Then I snap back to my senses. It feels like I was right on the cusp of remembering something critical. At any rate, it seems that there's some connection between me and the man in the photo. Try as I might, though, I can't recall anything more than that. Whee! Hold on a second. Right. I guess it's coming up. I try on the shirt I picked out. Yeah, that looks good. I decide to buy it and have the store toss out my torn sweater for me. What a waste. As I'm about to go down the escalator, a young man strides up to me as if I'm an old friend. Jump. Achi took the escalator down to the third floor, and there was Hitomi standing right in the open after he'd been searching for her high and low. There you are. I thought we were going to meet on the second floor, Achi said. She stared back at him in confusion. Well, anyway. Come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why? She gave him a dubious look. Achi felt like something was off, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Because those guys must have found us, he said. They're outside. He took hold of Hitomi's hand. Hey, let go! What gives? She quickly yanked her hand away. Huh? As Achi tried to make sense of the way she was acting, she took off down the corridor. Hey, Hitomi! He hurried after her. It was like changing her clothes had also changed her personality. Still, he couldn't just leave her alone. The kidnappers might well be closing in. He stayed in pursuit of her, trying not to draw too much attention. He headed in the direction Hitomi had gone and came to a stairwell. What the hell's going on? Had she gone up? Or down? Achi frowned in consternation. Hey, stop right there! He heard shouting coming from down below. Then came the sound of footsteps rushing up the stairs. Hitomi? Was someone chasing her? Achi bolted down the stairs before he could mull over it too much. Down on the landing, he ran into a man who was pale in the face. You gotta help me. The man went and cowered behind Achi. Two thuggish-looking men came up the stairs after him. Hand him over, kid. Yeah, don't make us do nothing we'll both regret. Two guys bullying some frail old man, Achi huffed. And you want me to just turn a blind eye while that goes down? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. The younger fellow, the one who looked like a small-time gangster, sneered. Oh, you're gonna want to turn a blind eye to this, little man. This is gonna get bloody. By the way, Achi asked, either of you see a girl around here? Super cute, about yay tall. Ugh. The gangster suddenly threw a jab with his right fist, and Achi dodged on reflex. The punch wound up catching the man hiding behind him right in the face instead. Whoops. Achi realized his mistake a moment too late. The man splayed out onto the floor. Whoa, my bad, Gramps. You okay? Achi hunkered down and slapped the man in the face. Hey, come on, stay with me. It's no use. I'm done for. Please, look after Hana. Minorikawa. The man's muttering was all but incomprehensible. Hey, Achi said, this guy seriously needs to get to a hospital or he's in big trouble. You guys, go call an ambulance, he needs— When Achi looked back, the man in the sunglasses was standing over him, holding up a fire extinguisher. Why wait for an ambulance when the fire department's already here? The butt of the fire extinguisher came right down onto Achi's face. But I didn't call for the fire department. He's saying after he told me, and then the girl needs to run off in a different direction. Minorikawa. No! Minorikawa's cry of despair echoed throughout the cafe. His laptop monitor stared back at him, black and empty. Don't you die on me, buddy! He jabbed his finger sharply at the screen. But the computer gave no response, looking well and truly dead. What the hell? Minorikawa pounded his fist on the table. This would be a worst-case scenario, even if he weren't desperately pressed for time. Guess I'll just have to write by hand, then. He rummaged around inside his bag and pulled out a notebook. I can still do this, he shouted, doing his best to psych himself up for the task ahead. I will still do this. Excuse me, sir. The waitress appeared timidly beside him. What? Minorikawa snapped, his pen still flying across the paper. Sir, if you could please quiet down. My damn computer just broke. I'm allowed to scream or two. Minorikawa was in no state of mind to be quiet. If it weren't for the deadline he was racing to meet, he'd probably have gone on screaming until he passed out. Your computer is broken, you say? The waitress peered at the monitor. Yeah, look. It just suddenly stopped displaying anything. Could it be that, the battery is just dead? Minorikawa sat bolt upright. That's it! The waitress flinched as Minorikawa's finger jabbed toward her face. I hadn't considered that possibility. Hey, let me plug it in somewhere. There's an outlet right there, sir. She pointed at an outlet by Minorikawa's feet, making no attempt to hide her exasperation. Minorikawa plugged in the power cable, and the monitor sprang to life as normal. So, now that that's sorted, would you please be quiet, sir?
Don't talk to me. You're interfering with my writing.
Minorikawa's fingers had already begun dancing across his keyboard. With a sigh, the waitress disappeared back into the kitchen.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
His fingers picked up speed as he went about touch typing. The pros and cons of surveillance cameras. Proprietor of outdated electronics shop oversees high-tech camera system. Bedlam at bogus weight loss drink sales demo. Bankrupted organizer remains undiscouraged. Now Minorikawa's spirits were riding high. His writing rolled along at a brisk pace. Sir? It was the waitress again, her voice yanking Minorikawa right out of his soaring mood. Sir?
Now what?
Has the President of the United States agreed to give me a one-on-one interview? The waitress's eyes went wide with confusion. Huh? Because unless it's something that important, do not speak to me right now. But she was undeterred. Sir, please, if you could just be a little quieter. Minorikawa's fingers ceased their rattling across the keys.
Just what sound do you have a problem with? All I've been doing is writing a copy.
Well, for the last while, actually, you've been talking while you write, sir.
Talking?
Minorikawa tilted his head in confusion. Yes, sir, you've been talking about an electronics store and some bogus weight loss drink. I assume that's what you're writing about?
You're saying I've been narrating my copy aloud while writing it?
That's right, sir. Other customers sitting nearby were openly snickering.
Well, so what? He snapped.
He was red in the face now. You should all be delighted that you get to hear what I'm writing before the magazine goes to print. Well, actually, sir, one of our customers has been complaining.
Complaining? Of all the nerve. Who was it? Where are they?
Minorikawa scanned the other patrons, many of whom were unsuccessfully trying to hide their laughter. It was me.
It was me!
It was the grumpy older fellow who'd been making a scene earlier.
Bogus diet fads, peeping security cameras. Reminds me of that sleazy tabloid 4-star general gossip I hate so much.
You sure seem to know a lot about it for something you hate so much. The man's face twisted up with scorn.
Your behavior is bothering everyone in here, he said. Do you not understand that?
No, I don't. Guess a reporter who writes nothing but nonsense prefers nonsense in everything he does. Minorikawa could feel his blood boiling. What was that? Go on, say that again.
Oh, gladly. Nonsense, filth, codswallop, flim-flam. You bastard! How dare you!
Minorikawa stormed over to the man's table.
Flim-flam, indeed! Just who are you calling flim-flam?
The other man stood up and glowered in Minorikawa's face.
You utterly lack any manners or sense of decency, for starters.
I have plenty of manners and decency. I also happen to have a deadline.
Bah.
As if a flim-flam artist like you has a work ethic.
Stop calling me flim-flam.
The waitress inserted herself between the two men. Gentlemen, please, stop fighting. I demand that you remove this man at once, the older fellow barked.
He's the one you should be kicking out, Minorikawa shot back.
By now, he was ready to go for this guy's throat. Please, the waitress pleaded, both of you return to your seats. She grabbed onto Minorikawa and began to forcibly drag him back to the table. Too late.
Oh, it's too late for that.
Giving in to his anger, Minorikawa threw a punch at the troublemaker.
Ugh.
The man dodged nimbly, however.
You're not bad.
I'm 6 stones in judo. 6 stone... You should have mentioned that earlier. Minorikawa hastily retreated to his seat. The other man snorted and sat down with a scowl. The needless interruption, just when he'd finally gotten into a writing mode. The needless interruption, just when he'd finally gotten into writing mode, had all but killed Minorikawa's motivation. He decided he needed to take a breather. He turned to the waitress. "One spaghetti Napoleon, please. Napolitan." He might not have a lot to spare time, but working on an empty stomach wouldn't do him any favors. While waiting for his order to come out, he decided to read back over the copy he'd written so far. What? When he looked back at the monitor, the screen was black yet again. Looking down at his feet, he saw that the power cable was now unplugged. "Hey, what kind of cafe are you people running here?" he shouted. The waitress hurried over, looking combative. "Sir, you yanked that out yourself when you stood up earlier." "What? A likely story." "It's the truth, sir." Minorikawa pointed at one of the customers sitting next to him. "Is she telling the truth? Did I really yank my power cord out myself?" The man nodded sheepishly. "Yeah, well, then that's the outlet's fault for being someplace where it unplugs so easily," Minorikawa squawked. The waitress marched away, head held high. "Just make sure that spaghetti's delicious," Minorikawa shouted after her. "Do that and I'll consider us even. Oh, and load it with cheese, lots of cheese." He plugged the power cable back in, then let out a heavy sigh. In all his writing fervor, he hadn't thought to save his work. Oh no! Always make sure to save your work. He was probably going to have to rewrite most of what he'd done. "Excuse me." Minorikawa looked up to see a young woman standing there. "I'm so sorry," she said. About my father." She gave a tiny bow. "Your father? Oh, the rude old man." "He's just a little worked up right now. Please don't pay him any mind." "So what, you waited on your boyfriend?" "Huh?" The woman was taken aback. "I happened to hear you two arguing earlier." "Would have been about 2 hours ago." "Oh, I see." An awkward, embarrassed smile came to the woman's face. "I thought he was going to ask my father for permission to marry me, so we've been waiting for him, but..." "But he hasn't shown up?" "No, he must be really busy." She cast her eyes down sadly. Minorikawa took a better look at her. She was gorgeous. A woman with her looks wasn't something he saw every day, that was for sure. "Say, would you mind talking with me for a bit?" he asked. "Me?" "Yeah. I kinda need to turn my mood around here." Well, okay. At least until my father gets back." The woman cast an anxious look toward the restrooms. "What's your name?" "Rumi." She sat down across from him. "Wait a second. Aren't you..." Norikawa peered at Rumi's face. "One of those twins that was chosen as Miss Midoriyama?" Rumi shook her head. "No, not me." "No? Darn, didn't think I'd be that lucky." He took a sip of his now cold coffee. "I do know the girls you're talking about, though," Rumi said. Norikawa spat out his coffee in surprise. Rumi squeaked in alarm as the spray splattered her face. But Minorikawa leaned in, unconcerned. "You mean it? You really know them?" "Yes," Rumi replied. "You're talking about the Asawa twins, right?" She got out a handkerchief and wiped the coffee from her face as she spoke. "Asawa, huh?" Norikawa glanced down at the project proposal on the table. "Sexy squared. Twins share top prize at local university beauty contest." Midoriyama Academy, Maria and Hitomi Osawa. Yes, that's it. The Osawa twins. I actually won Miss Midoriyama myself a few years ago. This year I served as one of the judges. Huh. Minorikawa adopted a self-satisfied pose. Guess I really was born under the right sign to be a freelancer. The leads just come to me. Sure, Rumi muttered. Okay, let's talk basics then. Tell me what you know about these girls. Well, I don't really know them personally. Rumi continued to dab at the coffee on her face. But now that you ask, I do remember hearing that they'd enter the contest separately. Wait, separately? Now Minorikawa was a bit confused. Yes, that's right. I'd assumed they entered as a pair, but apparently not. I wonder why. I mean, they're twins, don't they look alike? Wear the same clothes, do everything together, and say the same things at the same time and stuff? Rumi chuckled and shook her head. No, not at all. Besides, those two aren't identical. They're fraternal twins, she said. Twins born at the same time. Though there are several cases of fraternal twins resembling one another. Okay. They do not have the same blood type. Keep that in mind. Although at a glance they do look very similar. Still, how should I put this? They both give off a very different impression. Oh? Now that sounds interesting. Mind explaining what you mean? Norikawa opened his memo pad. I talked to them briefly after the awards ceremony. The older sister struck me as really energetic, but the younger one was more quiet and reserved. Norikawa's investigative senses were tingling. I wouldn't figure a shy girl would want to enter a campus beauty contest. I suppose not, no. Yeah. I don't suppose you got anything juicier, Norikawa asked. Rumi frowned. Would you like to just go ask them yourself? She said. They don't live very far from here. Whoa, hold the phone. Minorikawa could hardly believe what had just fallen into his lap. The advance info in the project proposal had mentioned the girls were students at Midoriyama, but hadn't given an actual address. If he could talk to them directly, now that would be pay dirt. You know where they live? Well, not exactly. I just heard that they lived in Shoto. Ah, Shoto. That wasn't far away. A car or motorcycle could get there in about 10 minutes. It'd be quicker than going to Midoriyama Academy, and he'd be able to meet with the girls themselves. Norikawa flashed a quick look toward the restroom. It looked like Rumi's father had just gotten back. Sorry, she said. I should be going. No problem, and thank you. Rumi gave him a quick nod, then hurried back to her seat. Norikawa grabbed the directory from the public phone and flipped through the pages. To his surprise, there were only 5 listings for the name Osawa with addresses in Shoto. It was neither a Maria nor a Hitomi, but he hadn't expected there to be. He needed to find their parents. Wasting no time, he called up the first Osawa on the list. Bingo! Norikawa couldn't help but pump his fist in excitement. He gunned the right place on his first try. Way to go, me. He committed the house number listed in the phone book to memory. Just then, the waitress reappeared with a disgruntled expression, and Minorikawa's order of spaghetti Napolitan. Spaghetti Napolitan. Here you are, sir. Oh. The pasta was piled high with an impressive mound of grated cheese. It looked almost like a miniature mountain of snow. You did say lots of cheese, sir, the waitress told him. She set down a canister of cheese and a bottle of Tabasco. Dun, 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 dun. See, what's this? It's been claimed that Tabasco was first imported to Japan by a certain... Is this like Hulk Hogan or something? I think he used to do commercials. Anyway. Oh, this looks good, Minorikawa exclaimed. He twirled his spaghetti up with his fork and shoved it into his mouth. The slightly sour sweetness of the ketchup blended perfectly with the mellow flavor of the cheese. Oh, that is tasty. There was nothing like satisfying grub to lift the spirits. He turned back to his laptop, still wolfing down the spaghetti. Alright, we're back in action. Let's do this. Yet again, he unthinkingly blurted his words aloud as he slipped back into writing mode. I've got this. I've got this. The ketchup smeared around his mouth. He set his fingers tapping away at the keys. The waitress let out another groan of dismay. Huh? You say something? Minorikawa glanced in her direction, but the waitress faked a smile. No, sir, I don't think so. Yeah? Well then go away. You're distracting me. The moment he looked away, she clenched her fist in indignation. Huh. Nothing, sir. Good luck with the work, sir. I don't need luck. I've got this. Eyes jumping back and forth between pasta and computer, Minorikawa got to work on his copy once more. Before long, he was oblivious to every sound in the cafe around him. When he finally snapped out of writing mode, he glanced at his watch. It was 2:20. Almost time for him to head to his next interview. Better get a move on. Kimizuka's taxi came by just as Minorikawa was hurrying out of the cafe. Whoa, what a pleasant surprise, Minorikawa called out. Nice timing, my man. Kimizuka's startled look quickly vanished behind an expression of professional resignation. Do you need a ride, sir? You know it, Minorikawa replied. First, head to Shoto. After that, I'll need to get to Sakuragaoka. As he cast his gaze out at the sights of the city, Minorikawa mulled over his plan for the next part of the day. First, he'd interview the Miss Midoriyama girls. Then he'd meet with the head of the theater troupe. In order to leave himself enough time to write his copy, that meant... I'd like to get this all wrapped up in 20 minutes, he said. Can you make that happen? Kimizuka flashed a grin. That will incur a special fare, sir. Ooh, special, Norikawa said as he got settled into his seat. I love that word. Kimizuka stepped on the gas. Shibuya was a town of contrasts. It was a town of young people, unpretentious, energetic. The Scramble intersection and Centric Eye perfectly conveyed that vibrancy. However, if one turned right at the 109 building and headed down Bunkamura Dori, the town's whole atmosphere changed. Choto was one of Shibuya's, indeed one of Tokyo's, most upscale residential districts. Wherever one looked, there were stately manor houses giving off an imposing air, sending the message that this was no place for the common folk. Right here is fine. Norikawa directed Kimizuka to pull over. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Hopping out of the taxi, he checked the nameplates of the nearby homes. Here we go. He spotted a nameplate that read Osawa. Kenji Osawa, huh? The name nagged at him somehow. It had been in the back of his mind ever since he'd seen it in the phone book back at the cafe. Had he heard it someplace before? He walked up to the gate and pressed the button for the intercom. Even the little chime it made when pressed sounded elegant. Minorikawa waited, but there was no response. He looked at his watch. It was 2:30 now. His interview with Shinosuke Orai of the Wandering Angels was supposed to have started already. Still, he wanted to meet with the twins first if it was possible. He had to make a choice. And that choice is... wait. He decided to wait a little bit longer. Just 5 more minutes. The front door opened. A grim-looking man emerged, leading another man in handcuffs. Minorikawa was standing in their way. "Pardon us," the serious-looking fellow said. He gave Minorikawa a curt bow as he passed by. Minorikawa smelled the distinct odor of a scoop. "Hey, does that guy live here?" he asked. The man ignored him and kept moving. But Minorikawa followed. He couldn't let this opportunity pass him by. "Hey, wait up. Is that Mr. Osawa?" With a grimace, the man pushed Minorikawa aside and hurried his handcuffed prisoner along. For a moment, Minorikawa wondered if he should keep after them, but he decided against it. Whatever was going on here, he doubted he'd be able to get an interview with the twin girls right now. This had all been an unfortunate waste of time. He had no real choice but to head on to his next interview. A few minutes later, the rear tires skidded sharply as the cab came to a stop beside a different curb. The trip from Shoto to the theater in Sakuragaoka had taken almost no time at all. "Here we are, sir," Himizuka announced. Wow, that was fast. Still, Minorikawa was at least 5 minutes behind schedule. He'd hoped he'd still be able to get the interview with Orai. Osawa... Pretty honey. Jump. Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as the car came out onto Meiji Dori. "We've identified the owner of the condominium. It's Mamoru Tanaka. He's a colleague of Kenji Osada." "What?" Kano squawked. This was an unexpected twist. Kajiwada confirms that Tanaka left the Osawa residence at just after 14 hours. 2 o'clock. No word of his movements since then. It's possible he headed to his private condo where the Itachi case is slated to end up. Any officer who runs across Tanaka is to apprehend him on sight. Kuze cut the connection. "This mastermind you've been chasing," Kano asked. "Is it Tanaka?" Stanley didn't reply. "Fine, never mind. I just wish I could know if Tateno's safe." "Still worried about that traitor, huh?" so Stanley could ignore all of his questions but still remember to make snide remarks. Talking about Tateno's the only thing that gets a reaction out of you, isn't it? Kano snorted. What makes you so certain he can't be a traitor? Tateno just isn't like that. That's not an answer, Stanley scoffed. Alright, I watched the man work for years. I know him. He has no reason to betray the Force. You watched him work, huh? What about his private life, then? You know all about that, too? He hasn't had money trouble or anything like that. Kano felt his blood starting to boil. I don't care what you think, he said. I trust Detective Tateno. Trust him? On what basis? I don't need any basis to have faith in someone, Kano snapped. Without any basis in fact, it's just plain sentimentality, Stanley said. There's no reason or logic to it. A thin smile came to his face. Be they friends or family, you can never really know other people. The only person you can trust is yourself. Kano had no response for such an emotionless statement. He looked away. He and Stanley were just plain incompatible. It seemed like no amount of talking would let them get through to one another. Never take anything at face value, Kano. You start trusting too much, you're basically as good as dead. Kano just stared out the window. The Shibuya precinct came into view. Tanaka's condo wasn't much further now. They were outside of Tanaka's condo now. Over there, Stanley said, keeping his voice down. Across the street was one of the foreign syndicate members walking briskly, the attache case clutched at his side. I'm making the arrest. Kano, wait! Stanley exclaimed. Kano heard him loud and clear, but he had no intention of stopping. He approached with the criminal at full speed, and leapt to tackle him around the waist. The two men fell to the pavement in a tangled heap. The collision sent the attache case flying. Kano's eyes tracked the case for a moment too long. He was caught off guard when the man threw a punch at him. The blow caught him right in the jaw, snapping his head back. For a moment, Kano saw stars. As he shook off the impact, the man sprang to his feet and sprinted away in the direction of Stanley's car. Stanley! Kano shouted. Grab him! But Stanley ignored the man and instead went for the attache case. Oh, come on, really? Kano had no choice but to pursue the perp himself. He hadn't come this far just to let the crooks get away now. Suddenly, the fleeing man skidded to a stop. Several cars had pulled across the road ahead, and detectives were pouring out of them. His escape route cut off, the criminal resigned himself to capture. While Kano helped make the arrest, several of the other detectives broke into Tanaka's condo. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully inspecting the exterior of the attache case. He had already opened it. It was stuffed with bundles of banknotes. The 50 million yen ransom was back in police hands. This is a decoy, the American muttered under his breath. I wonder where... His words trailed off, but Kano had heard them. What did you expect? The detective demanded. Samples of the new drug in there? As usual, Stanley gave no reply. The look on his face, however, told Kano he'd been right on the mark. Some of the backup team emerged from Tanaka's condo. Kano turned to them, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety for Maria. What's the situation in there? He asked. They told him that they found no one in Tanaka's rooms, so the hostage's status remained unknown. and the main culprit had evaded capture. This case hadn't been solved. In fact, it was still unfolding in the worst way conceivable. And still, Stanley remained focused on the Attache case, pondering it with a thoughtful expression. "Look," Kano told him, "I'm going to request that I be returned to my normal duties. Maria still needs to be rescued, and I still need to find out what happened to Hitomi and Detective Tateno." For once, Stanley actually responded. "Hitomi? Yes, that's it. It makes perfect sense that they'd have to... It'd make perfect sense that they have her carry it." What do you mean?" "This whole Attache case relay was a fake-out." "Whoa, slow down," Kano said, wishing he could calm himself with his words. "Explain what you're talking about." "Somehow the kidnappers made contact with Kenji Osawa and got him to have Hitomi carry the drug, separate from the ransom." "Wait, you're saying they had Hitomi bring them the drug?" Stanley nodded. "The case handoffs were a sort of camouflage, a way for them to keep the police distracted from the real goal." Kano nodded. It had indeed felt like the case relay was a decoy, an attempt to buy time. If this syndicate were after something else entirely, that would explain why so many of their actions had appeared to make no sense. "So," Kano asked, "what sort of drug is this? Why would they go to such lengths to get their hands on it?" "It's an antiviral," Stanley replied after some hesitation. "A way to cure people infected with a very particular virus." "What virus are we talking about?" "It's called Yua." Kano never heard of it. Still, he could imagine the possibilities. Suppose this Yua was something like the Ebola virus. Or perhaps HIV. Even the all-too-familiar influenza. There were medicines that could treat all of those diseases, but nothing that could cure them completely. Any drug that could do that would be worth vast sums of money. "Kano, do you have any means of getting in touch with Mr. Osawa?" "Yes, I know one of the detectives stationed at his home." "Check in with him ASAP. Find out whether or not he gave the antiviral to Hitomi." Kano suppressed a scowl. It looked like he wasn't done assisting Stanley yet. He got out his cell phone and dialed up Kajiwara. Kajiwara picked up promptly. "Kano, what's going on?" "Could I speak with Mr. Osawa?" "I suppose that'd be alright." "What for, though?" "There's something I need him to confirm for me. It's an emergency." "Alright. Just make sure not to tell him anything about the investigation." "Sure thing." After a while, a man's hoarse voice came over the line. "Osawa speaking. Can I help you?" "This is Detective Kano from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here." Kano took a deep breath. "Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi?" Osawa let out a gasp. Osawa... No. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, he told me? Osawa let out a gasp. What are you talking about? I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, he told me? I'm not sure I understand the question. Osawa's voice trembled as he spoke. Kano was sure he hit the nail right on the head. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's you. Osawa remained silent. What? Osawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective from the Shibuya precinct know about it? Osawa was bewildered. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, he told me? I'm not sure I understand the question. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa? The detective continued after a moment. Is everything alright? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. Osawa staggered out of the living room. He needed to be alone. To his surprise, Kajiwara didn't try to stop him. Shutting his study door behind him, he dropped onto his sofa, then got out a bottle of pills. He stared at it, thinking back on what the detective had told him. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's you. Detective Kano had a point. From a financial perspective, Osawa's discoveries, and indeed Osawa himself, were incredibly valuable. Immersed as he was in his research, he had never imagined he'd become a target. The kidnappers had used that artlessness to catch him completely off his guard. He thought back to the emails that A had sent him. For now, they were just stringing him along, but before long, the guilt bombs might turn into more direct threats. They would extort his money, steal his research, and finally have him killed. It was so easy to see what their plan was now. And the worst of it was, he wasn't their only target. Kidnapping Maria would only be A's first step. Osawa contemplated in horror how his family would all be victimized because of him. There was only one thing he could do. He poured a mound of sleeping pills out into his hand. Then, without any hesitation, he gulped down the lot. The effect on his body was slow to start, but then he felt a deep and irresistible drowsiness began to creep over him. As his consciousness was starting to fade, he heard the distant sound of the front door chime. Moments later, the study door opened, and Kajiwara peered inside to see Osawa lying on the floor. Mr. Osawa, are you okay? Mr. Osawa! The detective's voice was rapidly fading out. As Osawa surrendered to the irresistible urge to drift into sleep, his mouth gaped open. A has come for me. Those were his last words. Norikawa. Wait longer. front door flew open. Whoa! Several men came rushing out and surrounded Minorikawa. Whoa, what? Minorikawa blurted. What gives? We have Material Witness A in custody. Huh? Material Witness A? What are you talking about? Just who do you think I am? I'm Minoru Minakawa. Hey, come on, let me go. Despite his protests, the men held on to him, flashing police badges. They refused to explain what was going on. This is an unlawful arrest. All it'll take is one blurb from me and you're all fired. Do I make myself clear? Are you even listening to me? Hey, listen up. Listen to me. But Minorikawa's voice was drowned out, lost amidst the detective's frenzied shouting. That's all I said. Kano. It's Hitomi. It's Hitomi. Asala remains silent. Jump. You know what the Syndicate's really after. Sala staggered out of the living room, needed to be alone. All of them. Okay. Shooting his study door behind him, he dropped onto his sofa, then grabbed 3 times his normal dosage of stomach pills. There was no water in the room, so he had to swallow them dry. Detective Kano's words echoed in his mind. I was gonna say, like, how do you take all these pills and not have water or something to drink? 'Cause if it's anything like me, I struggle even with water. I know what the Syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's Hitomi. There was only one reason they could be after Hitomi. He broke out in a cold sweat as he began to understand what this kidnapping was really about. It had all started 6 days earlier. It was April 22nd. Osawa had just returned from the United States the day before. He was in the midst of some routine work at the General Research Lab when his cell phone rang. The LCD display showed an unlisted caller. With some hesitation, Osawa picked up. Hello? Is this Kenji Osawa? The caller was using a voice modulator. Would you like to play a game? Osawa raised an eyebrow. Yes? Go and analyze Hitomi's blood. Her blood? If you don't, she's going to die. Oh, yep, it is Jigsaw. With that, the caller hung up. There was an intensity behind this that made Osawa sure it wasn't just some prank call. He had Hitomi come in to the lab ASAP. He told Hitomi he wanted a sample of her blood for an experiment. She agreed, suspecting nothing. He placed some of the blood he'd drawn onto a glass slide, then added some fluorescing type of fluorescent dye. St. Patrick's Day. Okay. Placing the slide under a fluorescent microscope, he took a look. Fluorescence microscope. It can't be. Osawa could hardly believe his eyes. Wriggling under the microscope was the Grim Reaper's sickle itself. There was no mistaking it. Hitomi was infected with the Ua virus. Trembling, Osawa hurried to his computer. He opened the Ua virus folder on his monitor. Within were images showing the stages of the virus's propagation. He double-clicked to magnify the first image. The Reaper's sickles were interlocked with one another. He clicked on the next image. After further propagation, the Ua virus looked less like a sickle, more a sort of insectoid larva. Next was the final image. Interlocked into a single mass, the Ua virus vaguely resembled a sinister, many-petaled sunflower. It took a mere 12 hours for the pathogen to develop to this point and begin its hideous destruction of the human body. Hitomi's infection sample was still in the state shown in the first image. There was still a chance to save her. Osawa slumped back in his chair, huddling in on himself. He had no choice. There was only one way to save Hitomi. He would have to administer the nearly completed antiviral. Using the antiviral without official approval was a grievous violation of company policy. Still, Osawa didn't have time to get the higher-ups to approve a clinical trial. He might be punished severely for it, but this was his only option. His daughter's life was at stake. There was also another, even bigger hurdle in his way. The antiviral drug was stored in the deepest recesses of the biochemical research building. A high-intensity X-ray scanner was set up at the entrance to the storage area. This made it impossible for him to take research materials out. Well, if he couldn't get the antiviral out of there, he'd just have to bring Hitomi in. The course of action quickly took shape in his mind. First, he'd need to slip out of the general research building. He would then head to the biochemical research facility and show his ID card to the guard at the front gate. After passing through a lobby under the watchful gaze of several security cameras, he reached an elevator at the end of the hall that went directly to the storage section. This elevator required an ID card scan to operate. This is just like Ultra Despair Girls. It would take about 20 seconds to get down to the first basement level and arrive at the entrance to the storage area. Finding an excuse to get Hitomi that far ought to be doable. If the security guard got suspicious, Osawa could say it was for a top-secret hematology experiment, and the guard would probably believe him. The problem was what came after. Getting into the storage area itself required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. This meant that he couldn't possibly get to the antiviral without Tanaka's cooperation. Desperate with uncertainty, Osawa called up Tanaka. He frantically explained the situation. "Understood," Tanaka replied. "We need to get her this drug as soon as possible. If the company finds out about this, you'll be held accountable for violation of corporate policy along with me. Are you sure you're okay with that?" What are you talking about? Hitomi's life is more important than company policy. Tanaka spoke without hesitation. Osawa felt an immense surge of gratitude for his assistant. And I have to say, I am deeply moved by your determination, Tanaka added. Moved? Whatever for? You really are worried about Hitomi. Osawa's gratitude faded. What are you talking about? Of course I am. My apologies. It's just that putting your career on the line for something so personal is... It's what? It's not like me? No... Well, yes. I'm sorry. Now Tanaka's voice was colored with embarrassment. Just what sort of person do you think I am? Osawa resisted the urge to ask the question out loud. A short time later, Osawa and Tanaka stood before the door to the secure storage area. The security guard had let them in without the slightest suspicion. Osawa pressed his index finger to the fingerprint scanner first. Accepted. He'd realized he'd been holding his breath as his authorization finally went through. Half a moment later, Tanaka touched his own finger to the scanner plate. Accepted. The lock released with an audible clang and the heavy door opened. Osawa hurried to retrieve the antiviral. As he picked up a small vial, he had a sudden realization. They were finally going to use the drug in a human test. His fatherly wish to cure Hitomi was overlaid by an intense rush of curiosity, the researcher's drive to discover his results. Hurry. I need to hurry. I need to administer the antiviral as soon as possible. Osawa could hardly fend off his excitement. Over the course of the next few hours following the injection, the Ua virus would be eradicated from Hitomi's body. There had been some fever and cramping as temporal side effects, but the DDS had done a spectacular job of stomping out the virus. In saving his daughter's life, Osawa had proven the value of his research. If he had been asked which made him happier, he would have been hard-pressed to give an answer. Afterwards, he asked Hitomi where she could have become infected, but she had no idea. He explained the need for secrecy and strictly forbade her telling anyone else what had happened. Now a week had passed since Osawa gave the drug to Hitomi. He had been conducting checks and had discovered that the DDS had not broken down but remained in Hitomi's bloodstream. Extracting the DDS was a simple matter, requiring just a small blood sample from around the nape of her neck. The DDS itself was simply the delivery system for the antiviral drug. Residual amounts of the antiviral itself stayed behind within the cells. Using the DDS, it was possible to extract those minuscule amounts of cells in a blood sample. It might take considerable time, but a sufficiently detailed analysis could allow for the antiviral drug itself to be reconstructed. Osawa felt a chill as he contemplated the situation. The kidnappers had known how tough security was at the lab, so they'd come up with an idea of using a human vessel to get what they needed from within. By infecting Hitomi with the Ua virus, they'd ensure that she received the antiviral, and she'd have it in her blood. If Tanaka was working with the kidnappers, that explained why he'd been so cooperative about the fingerprint scanner. Damn it! Osawa shouted. He clutched his head in his hands. Tanaka had been his partner and trusted confidant for years. Osawa refused to believe he'd been betrayed like this. The front door chime sounded. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara called out. It appears you have a visitor. Could you handle that? Here we go. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ding 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 ding. Wait. A woman's voice came through the intercom. Who is it? It's Minorikawa. Where would I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really. I don't have time for such nonsense. Please be on your way. I'm not going anywhere until I get an interview. Interview? Who are you with? The woman's tone had changed now. Maybe Minorikawa could simply talk his way through this. This is a piece for 4-star general gossip. Ah, perfect. I've been wanting to talk to them. Was this one of the Miss Midoriyama winners? Or perhaps it was the girl's mother, eager to boast about her daughter's achievement. I assume you're familiar with defamation of character, the woman said. Huh, what are you talking about? Article 230 of the Penal Code of Japan defines it as any attack against a person's reputation or societal standing. It's a very serious crime. I know what it is, Norikawa said. What's your point? He had a bad feeling about this. Why discuss liberal laws right before an interview? Oh, I'm not letting you get away with telling me you've forgotten. I wonder if you'll remember once I bring up charges. Her tone was calm and level, but laced with malice. You're talking nonsense, lady. Are you the mother? I've got business with your daughters. Put one of them on the line. Nonsense. The woman's wrath radiated from the intercom. It's your 4-star general gossip that specializes in nonsense. Her voice was so loud that it was cracking. Detective, arrest this man. He's a criminal. Huh. Detective, huh? You don't really think I'd fall for that, do you, lady? Just who do you think I am? I'm Minoru Minorikawa. He crossed his arms and struck a defiant pose. Then the front door opened up and several men came trotting out. Sir, one of the men said, we'd like to ask you a few questions. At the word sir, the man flashed his badge, and Minorikawa turned to run on reflex. He hadn't thought she'd actually send detectives after him. Just what the hell had Heaven Publishing done to her? Never mind, he needed to get out of here. He couldn't afford to get arrested right now. Dead. Out with it. You abducted the girl, didn't you? Detective, you keep asking me the same question over and over. And I'll keep on asking until you tell me the truth. Look, ask all you want, but I can't tell you what I don't know. Then let's go back to the beginning, shall we? Cut the crap. I don't have time for your games. As a matter of fact, you have plenty of time, I can assure you of that. The stubborn detective flashed him a grin. I can keep doing this for days if that's what it takes to get you to confess. And so the interrogation went on for hours. In the end, once his innocence had been established, Minorikawa was finally released. He wrote a scathing indictment on his experience. The report shook up the system in a major way. But that's another story for another day. Osawa... Guest... Appears you have a visitor. Could you handle that? Who could it possibly be, now of all times? Okay. Alright. With a sigh, Osawa dragged himself to his feet. He stumbled warily back to the living room, where the investigators were staring at the intercom monitor with concern. The intercom's hidden camera showed a man with an unsettling grin posed intimidatingly outside the front gate. Osawa didn't recognize him. Yes, who is it? He asked guardedly through the intercom. It's Minorikawa. Where might I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really. Are you playing games with me? I don't have the time for that. Please, just open up. There's no way I'm letting you in, Osawa said. But the nonsensical badgering continued. Look, just hold your horses. I'm here for an interview. You got that? An interview? That's right. It's a piece for 4-star general gossip. The name of the magazine brought up an unpleasant memory. That was the gossip rag that had run the article about his political marriage. Wait, this is for one of those kinds of articles? What do you mean, those kinds of articles? I'm just looking for an interview. The man's tone was both high-handed and belligerent. Like hell you are. I'm not talking to anyone from the gossip. You're not the one I'm here to talk to. I want to interview your twin daughters. My daughters? I understand they won a shared prize for a beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy. If you wouldn't mind interviewing them, Furious, Osawa cut off the intercom. This was no time to be indulging someone else's nonsense. Hey, what gives? The man was shouting so loud his voice carried past the gate and through the front door. I'm begging out here, on my hands and knees. He wasn't actually on his hands and knees. Osawa could see that clearly through the intercom monitor. If your daughters aren't home, can you at least tell them I want to get in touch with them? Mr. Osawa, Kajawada said, frowning. This isn't a good time to have someone drawing attention to your home. All right. I'll get rid of him. Osawa hurried out of the house, confronting Minorikawa through the front gate. The journalist had the tenacious look that immediately marked him as a member of the media. Give me your business card, Osawa said. I'll have them get in touch with you later. He took Minorikawa's card, then went right back inside. Back in his study, Osawa tossed Minorikawa's business card into the trash. Unable to think of what else to do, he tried the internet fortune teller again. He got the same "you're a very work-minded person" result a second time. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. My indifference to the world around me, huh? The truth was that, even with his closest companions, even with Tanaka for instance, his relationship had always been strictly a matter of business. He'd never really taken it upon himself to get to know Tanaka as a person. And that was pretty much the case for everyone he knew. He harbored no interest in other people. He had no concern for his fellow man. That had made itself abundantly clear when he received a microscope as a birthday present way back in first grade. Even now, he still remembered the shock he felt when he looked through the lens for the first time. He discovered a new, almost infinite world, hidden in the midst of one he'd always thought was too small. By comparison, the real world seemed bland and ugly. Wherever he looked, wherever he went, he had to contend with tedium. It hadn't taken long for him to become more charmed by the world under his microscope than the one around him. It was like a calm, quiet little seaside, a beach where he could just sit and stare out at the waves. He wanted to stay immersed in the world forever and ever. Before he knew it, he was an adult, and then a husband, and then a father. The people around him thought him an odd fellow, but he hadn't let that change the way he lived his life. And this, now, was the result. He hadn't been betrayed by Tanaka. He didn't know Tanaka well enough for that. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you, and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Osawa picked up his cell phone and dialed Tanaka's number. I had tried calling him repeatedly and hadn't gotten through. It was doubtful that he'd pick up. Still, Osawa had to try. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty mechanical sound, preparing himself for disappointment. "What is it?" Tanaka's voice sounded coldly in Osawa's ear. The tension was electric. Stop calling, I don't wanna talk anymore. Norikawa. Wait longer. Suddenly a man's voice came through the intercom. "Yes, who is it?" He sounded rather guarded. "Yes, Minorikawa." "Where might I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa?" "Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really." "Are you playing games with me?" "I don't have the time for that. Please just open up." "There's no way I'm letting you in." This discussion was getting them nowhere. Minorikawa decided he'd have to take the direct approach. "Look, just hold your horses. I'm here for an interview. You got that?" "An interview?" He'd taken the bait. Most folks could hardly resist the word interview. "That's right. It's a piece for 4-star general gossip." "Wait. This is for one of those kinds of articles?" The man sounded angry now. "What do you mean, those kinds of articles? I'm just looking for an interview." "Like hell you are. I'm not talking to anyone from the gossip." "You're not the one I'm here to talk to. I want to interview your twin daughters." "My daughters?" No parent would deny their children a chance for word of their achievements to spread. I understand they won a shared prize for a beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy. If you wouldn't mind my interviewing them, Intercom cut out before Minorikawa could finish. "Hey, what gives? I'm begging out here on my hands and knees." He wasn't actually on his hands and knees, but whoever was on the other end couldn't see that. Or so he thought. "If your daughters aren't home, can you at least tell them I want to get in touch with them?" He wasn't even using the intercom now, he was just shouting over the gate. A man stepped out of the front door. "Give me your business card," he said. "I'll have them get in touch with you later." The man had a somewhat stricken look on his face. This had to be Kenji Osawa then. Wait. Hold on. Osawa? Now Minorikawa recognized him. This was Kenji Osawa, the preeminent virologist who worked for Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Four-star general gossip had run a scandalous article on him in the past. Minorikawa remembered reading it. He held out his business card and Osawa snatched it from him. The virologist started to head back into his house. "Please see that they get back to me, Mr. Osawa," Minorikawa shouted after him. And then he noticed something odd. It was the middle of the afternoon, but every window in the house had its curtains drawn. That, combined with Osawa's demeanor, set off alarm bells in Minorikawa's head. He knew he was onto something, but he couldn't linger at the Osawa residence any longer than he already had. He needed to get to the theater ASAP. He hurried back to the taxi and told Kimizuka to go. A few minutes later, the rear tires skidded sharply as the cab came to a stop beside a different curb. The trip from Shodo to the theater in Sakuragaoka had taken almost no time at all. "Here we are, sir," Kimizuka announced. Wow, that was fast. Still, Minorikawa was at least 5 minutes behind schedule. He hoped he'd still be able to get the interview with Orai. Maria. He obviously wants to help. He obviously wants to help me. May as well have him get rid of the costume, too. "Sure, if you don't mind," I say. I pay him the 30,000 yen, take the necklace, and leave the knick-knack shop. A few minutes later, near the station, I spot a sort of mall. I think I jump here? Kano. Sawa. It's Hitomi. Osawa remained silent. "Mr. Osawa, is everything alright?" "No." The line went dead. "Guess that answers that well enough," Kano said as he put away his phone. Now it was clear why the criminals were after Hitomi. He saw an uneasy look on Stanley's face. "Something on your mind?" Kano asked. Stanley responded with a question of his own. If Hitomi was carrying the antiviral, how were the criminals planning on getting it from her? Kano thought for a moment. "Well, taking her by force at the Scramble posed too high at risk," he said. "There were nearly 100 detectives there, and they must have guessed there would be. That's why they devised the attaché case relay. They wanted to abduct Hitomi somewhere away from the Dragnet's notice. This was the plan that all the signs seemed to suggest. But still," he added, "I wonder how they managed to lead her away from police protection." A look of revelation crossed Stanley's face. All they need to do was convince her to go of her own accord. "But how?" Kano asked. And then it came to him. He thought back to Hitomi's initial contact with Trig Agran. Just before he'd taken the attaché case from her, the two had a brief conversation. It was possible Alcaran had given Hitomi some form of instructions then. Guess we're back to tracking down Alcaran again, huh? Kano could tell from the look in Stanley's eyes that he was on the verge of saying something. Probably some remark about how Tateno had allowed Alcaran to run free. Right now, Kano wasn't going to argue the point. After this case was resolved, he discovered what Tateno's real motives were. And once he did, Stanley would eat his words. In the meantime, we can't just wander around looking without any leads, he said. Until we get more intel, let's see what we can do with the security cameras back at the precinct. Numerous monitors shone down on the pair as they entered the Shibuya precinct surveillance room. Each showed an array of faces of individuals somewhere in Shibuya. Kano asked one of the operators to pull up Alcaran's data on screen. By selecting each of the faces on the monitors in turn, they could run comparisons to determine if anyone among them was Alcaran. One by one, the operator made his way through the faces. Assuming their target was still in Shibuya, there was a high likelihood they'd find him. But the minutes ticked past, and there was still no sign of him. Kano's tone grew more and more impatient as he directed the operator's search. "Just calm down," Stanley said. He set a hand on Kano's shoulder. "You keep wasting your energy when you don't need to." "That's just how I do things," Kano replied. "I'm energetic because I care." He pointed out another face to the operator. "Well, you're setting yourself up for a short life." With a sigh, Stanley sank into a nearby chair. "My brother was like you." The American spoke so quietly that his words were barely audible. 10 minutes later, a man clad in black appeared on one of the monitors. The operator lined up his cursor. The comparison check confirmed that it was Alcaran. "Yes," Kano hissed, pumping his fist. It appeared that their quarry was simply walking around town, calm and composed. Kano radioed in Alcaran's location to Kuze. "All units, intercept the suspect on the double," Kuze ordered. "Kano will provide guidance using the surveillance monitors." They saw Alcaran stop in front of a cigarette vending machine. Was he waiting for someone? "Sasayama reporting. I've got eyes on the mutt." "Mutt, perpetrator. Hook, put someone in cuffs. Dipper, pickpocket. Once, outstanding warrant, hang paper, right mode." Kano's partner had evidently been nearby. "I'm making the arrest," he said. There was a note of courage in Sasayama's voice. He came into view on the monitor, walking casually. Oh no. At some point, he ditched his anime nerd costume for a cat mascot suit. "Oh no," Kano muttered. "That getup's gonna make Sasayama stand out like a sore thumb." "Shoot, the mutt spotted me. I'm going in pursuit." Sasayama slipped out of the camera's view. "Whoa, what gives? Let go of me." "You're Mr. Yanagishita, right? Look, I'm sorry, but I really do need you to return that costume." The voices came in over the wireless. It sounded like Sasayama was caught up in an argument with someone. "Sasayama!" Kano shouted as he eyed the monitor. "Kano, I need some help here. Requesting emergency back..." The line went dead before Sasayama could finish. Kano didn't have the faintest idea what was going on, but obviously his partner needed him. He rushed out of the precinct. When he arrived on the scene, he saw Sasayama, still in the catsuit, caught up in a scuffle with a man he'd never seen before. There was no sign of Alcaran. "Sasayama, what's going on?" "That's an excellent question," Sasayama replied. "This guy just came at me out of nowhere." He sounded pretty riled up. "Sir, I need you to return this costume." "My boss was very insistent on that point." The man was panting with exertion, shouting in Sasayama's face. Was he the owner of the suit? What's the deal with that thing, Sasayama? Kano asked. I bought it at a variety store on Center Guy. Figured it'd be a perfect disguise. I didn't steal anything. Sarah, I'm telling you, you need to give that back. And I'm telling you, I've got no idea what you're on about. Sasayama stamped his foot. I realize that you're not Mr. Yanagishita. That isn't the issue. I just need you to return the costume. Alright, sure, I'll give it to you. I just need it a little longer, so let go of me. I can't do that, sir. I need you to get out of the suit right now. Yeah, I get that, buddy, but no can do. It's like I told you before. The zipper on this thing's snagged. Kano watched as the argument descended further and further into absurdity. Meanwhile, Alcaran was getting away. This was ridiculous. He turned to go in pursuit of the suspect. Kano, wait, Sasayama called out. Come on, help me out, man. Huh? Help me get this thing off. Now, really isn't the time for this, Kano replied. I'm going after the suspect. Oh, I get it. You're gonna ditch me here so you can take all the credit for yourself. Whoa, what? I was this close to nabbing the guy. That arrest is mine to make. And you know it. It wasn't as though Kano couldn't empathize. If Sasayama hadn't been blindsided by this random stranger, he probably would have caught Alcaran just fine. Alright then, Kano said. He reached for the zipper at the back of the cat suit. But as Sasayama had said, the metal fittings were snagged and refused to budge. Hurry up! I'm trying. There wasn't time to do this slowly and carefully. Kano yanked down on the zipper hard. Stop! The stranger shrieked in alarm. Don't be so rough like that. But if I don't, I'll never... You mustn't. If you aren't careful, you'll cause a malfunction. Malfunction? What the hell was this guy talking about? Kano got an ever firmer grip on the zipper and pulled again. Meow. He paused in surprise as Sasayama mewed. Meow. Again, Sasayama let out a little cry. Except it didn't sound like Sasayama's voice at all. Guys, Sasayama said, there's something making a rumbling noise inside this thing. He sounded pretty alarmed. Uh-oh, said the other man. It has started. His face went pale. What are you talking about? Sasayama demanded. What started? The spring locks? The man hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. Well, you see, this is no ordinary cat costume. Meaning what, exactly? Our shop rendered this unit out by mistake. Oh, I had no idea it was anything so horrifying. Not until the boss filled me in a little while ago. What's horrifying? You're not answering the question. The man's gaze grew hollow and distant. Cats, he said. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Sasayama spoke up nervously. Well, yeah. It's a cat. I know that already. No, you're not listening. This is a cat's. Like I said, I already know it's a cat. Anyone can see that just by looking at it. No, not a cat. Cats! Costume as transmission system. Yeah, you're gonna get spring locked. The meowing started back up again. With each new mule, the sound got faster. Soon it sounded less like a cat and more like some mechanism that was whirling about. Meow, 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 meow. There was a sudden, fierce, blinding flash. Space itself began to warp in a roughly 3-meter radius around Sasayama in his costume. A moment later, Kano and the others had vanished. Cats. So I guess the guy collecting trash, he's like, oh yeah, I'll take whatever, and then he's gonna sell it for money or something. Okay, so that's all the bad endings. Maria. Dun, dun, dun. Feel guilty. Or I guess the shop guy, like, put it up for sale. Never mind. Trash guy, you're good. I'm not sure how far to go into this, so I'm just gonna wait till the costume's gone. Okay. Kano. 10 minutes later, a man clad in black appeared on one of the monitors. The operator lined up his cursor. The comparison check confirmed that it was Alcaran. Yes, Kano hissed, pumping his fist. It appeared that their quarry was simply walking around town, calm and composed. Kano radioed in Alcaran's location to Kuze. All units intercept the suspect on the double, Kuze ordered. Kano will provide guidance using the surveillance monitors. They saw Alcaran stop in front of a cigarette vending machine. Was he waiting for someone? Sasayama reporting, I got eyes on the mutt. Kano's partner had evidently been nearby. I'm making the arrest, he said. There was a note of courage in Sasayama's voice. He came into view on the monitor, walking casually. At some point, he ditched his anime nerd costume for a street dancer's getup. It didn't appear that Alcaran had noticed him yet. Bit by bit, Sasayama closed the distance. Not much further now. Kano's hand balled into a fist as he watched. And then something unexpected happened. Another man came running into view right in the middle of the monitor. Toyama! There was no sound, but they could see that the newcomer was shouting something. As Alcaran turned to look at the man, Sasayama launched himself like a bullet from a gun. In an instant, Detective and Perp were locked in a violent scuffle right there on the street. Kano swallowed a lump in his throat as he watched the struggle unfold. Earlier in the day, Alcaran had done a number on Sasayama, but this time the detective had the upper hand. He got a grip on Alcaran's neck and kneed him repeatedly. Alcaran tried desperately to bring Sasayama to the ground. I don't know what that was. But Sasayama braced himself and avoided the takedown. Then he shifted his stance and took Alcaran to the pavement with a spectacular hip throw. Yes! Kano clapped his hands together in excitement. Catching the perp in a scarf hold, Sasayama got out his handcuffs. Stanley, we should head to the scene, Kano said. He looked away from the monitor for a mere moment, and when he looked back, Sasayama had released his hold and crumpled to the ground. What? Panicked, Kano stared at the image of his friend. There was something jutting up from Sasayama's abdomen. Zoom in, Kano cried frantically. The camera closed in on Sasayama. Now Kano could see exactly what he feared. Sasayama had been stabbed in the gut. Blood pooled on the pavement around him. Kano screamed, Sasayama! The camera showed several other detectives arriving at the scene, capturing Alcaran before he could escape. But Sasayama lay motionless. The pool of blood around him spread further and further across the pavement. Unable to look any longer, Kano rushed from the surveillance room. Dun dun dun. Muddy eye. As I'm about to go down the escalator, a young man strides up to me as if I'm an old friend. There you are. I thought we were going to meet on the second floor. Going to meet? What's this guy talking about? I've never seen him before. Well, anyway. Come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why do we need to do that? Hide? Why? Because those guys might have found us. They're outside. He grabs my hand and I yank it away. Hey, come on, what gives? Is this some new pickup trick or something? Whatever it is, it's way too aggressive. I get the heck out of there. Hey, hey! The guy keeps shouting, but I ignore him and try to slip away into the crowd. When I look back, though, I see that he's still following me. What do I do? Go to a different floor. For now, maybe I should head to another floor. I hurry toward the bank of elevators. Hello. I guess I'm fine to go back to Achi. Maybe? Achi took the escalator down to the third floor, and there was Hitomi standing right in the open after he had been searching for her high and low. There you are. I thought we were going to meet on the second floor, Achi said. She stared back at him in confusion. Well, anyway. Come on, we have to go hide. Hide? Why? She gave him a dubious look. Achi felt like something was off, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Because those guys might have found us, he said. They're outside. He took hold of Hitomi's hand. Hey, let go! What gives? She quickly yanked her hand away. Huh? As Achi tried to make sense of the way she was acting, she took off down the corridor. Hey, Hitomi! He hurried after her. It was like changing her clothes had also changed her personality. Still, he couldn't just leave her alone. The kidnappers might well be closing in. He stayed in pursuit of her, trying not to draw too much attention. He lost track of her somewhere near the elevators. What's her deal? Unsure of what else he should do, he headed back down to their rendezvous point on the second floor. When he arrived, he spotted Hitomi heading down the escalator ahead of him. "Hitomi!" Achi shouted, but his voice vanished into the noise of the crowd and she disappeared onto the first floor. Damn it! Achi rushed down the escalator. He took the steps 2, 3, 5 at a time. He made it to the first floor and looked around. There was Hitomi, about to take a different escalator back up. Why is she doing this? He waved his arms to get her attention, but she didn't notice and headed right back up. Down, up. What the heck is she thinking? Achi sped around and got on the upward escalator. Out of my way, come on. He shoved people aside as he ran up the moving stairs. But he saw no sign of Hitomi when he reached the second floor. He lost track of her completely. Come on, this is ridiculous. Achi's shoulders slumped. He felt exhausted, but he kept up his search, scouring one floor after another until eventually he made it down to the second basement level. Had she grown too impatient waiting for Kanan and gone off searching for the blue minivan again? I think I can handle myself from here, he thought back to what Hitomi had said earlier. Damn it, she's not gonna be okay by herself. He pounded his fist into the wall in frustration. Please stop! That was Hitomi's voice. Hitomi! Achi moved faster than he could think. Achi! She called back. A pair of thugs had grabbed her by both arms. Achi stomped his way towards them. Get your hands off of her, he shouted. Huh? What's it to you, pal? The older of the two, a middle-aged fellow, turned to Achi with a sneer. He looked familiar somehow. Hitomi shook herself free of the men and ran over to Achi. It's no use trying to act tough, buddy. We're just trying to get back what we're owed. Don't make us have to get rough with you. What you're owed? Hitomi, do you owe people money? No, I don't. They just came after me and started going on about 2 million yen. She looked just as baffled by the situation as Achi was. If you're gonna blame someone, blame your boss, the older man said. He gestured to his lackey. A feral gleam flashed in the young punk's eyes. It was the look of a man who couldn't resist dishing out a beatdown. He brought up his fists and shifted his feet, shadowboxing a few quick jabs with his left hand. It looked to Achi like the guy was an experienced boxer. Hold on, Hitomi said. What do you mean, my boss? Say what? Hinagishita. Who the hell do you think? The young punk shuffled closer, fist still menacing. Then his expression changed. Hey. Hold on. Are you Achi Endo? Yeah, that's right. Well, ain't that lucky. Getting to throw down with you like this. The punk sounded pleased indeed. I've heard all sorts of rumors about you, you know. Let's see how true they are. Achi didn't like his chances in a straight-up fight with a trained boxer. What should he do? Go for broke. He had to go for broke. His best chance was to hope for an opening to deliver a low kick. Karate, this is known as a Gedan Rashigari. He needed to time it perfectly when his opponent took a step forward. Hump! With a loud breath, the thug shot out his left arm. Now! Achi shifted his stance and unleashed a low kick. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened right nearby. Achi and the punk both stopped in mid-attack. A miserable-looking older man stood in the elevator. At the sight of him, the punk's face went red with rage.
You, Toyama.
Going up? Bye! The man in the elevator hurriedly closed the doors. The two thugs rushed toward him, but the elevator had already begun heading back upward.
Come on, after him,
the older man shouted. The young punk raced up the stairs.
You stay right where you are, the older fellow added, glaring at Hitomi.
Then he followed after his lackey. Does he really think we're dumb enough to just wait here? Achi scoffed. Achi, I've been looking all over for you. Hitomi gave him an angry swat on the chest.
For me? What are you talking about?
You weren't waiting where you said you'd be.
Yeah, because you went up to another floor.
What do you mean? I went right where you said. On the second floor.
Huh?
This wasn't quite adding up.
The second floor? What are you talking about? You went up to the third floor.
No, I didn't.
Wait, what? None of this makes any sense.
Achi felt like his brain was getting scrambled.
Well, anyway, at least I found you safe and sound.
Yeah. The two smiled at one another.
What's with those clothes?
Hitomi's new outfit was completely different from the clothes she had on earlier. I tried on a few things, but wound up deciding on this.
You tried other stuff on? Okay, that explains it, Achi said. At least now things sorta made sense. That's nice, you know.
What is?
Your clothes, I mean. They look good on you.
Thank you. Well, I'm actually blushing now.
It kinda made me blush to say it.
Achi and Hitomi shyly avoided each other's eyes.
Oh, so, hey, Achi said, eager to change the subject. Do you still have that magazine?
Oh, right, yeah. I was going to just throw it away, but I couldn't.
How come?
I haven't been able to find the right kind of receptacle. Newspapers and magazines are supposed to be kept separate from normal trash, right?
Hitomi scanned their surroundings for a suitable bin. Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
You're thinking about proper recycling now, of all times?
Is that weird?
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. I think you might just be perfect. Achi found himself blushing even harder now.
Tama!
A sudden yell snapped him out of his embarrassment. The sketchy-looking fellow who'd given her the magazine was scampering down the stairs toward them. Great, Ashi said, the weirdo's back. The man ignored him, though, and leaned in close to Hitomi. Ah! You do still have it! He snatched the magazine from Hitomi's hands. Yes, this one hasn't been scratched off yet. The man hunkered down on the floor and began scratching away at his scratch card stapled into the centerfold. Wait! Don't let him have that! Another man came swooping out of nowhere and yanked the magazine away. It was the older fellow who had appeared in the elevator minutes before. You can't do that! That's mine! The sketchy-looking man clutched at the older newcomer. Let go! No way! I said let go! And I said no way! The two were fighting right in front of the exit, keeping Achi and Hitomi from leaving. How'd you like this? The older man shouted, scratching away haphazardly at the ticket. Now it's just a worthless scrap of paper. My 100,000 yen! You mean my 100,000 yen? Ha 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 ha! Then the middle-aged fellow looked back down at the ticket.
Ah, no.
Ugh, what are the odds? Somehow, in his random scratching, he happened to land himself a winner. Give it! No way!
The two men took off, engaged in a running battle for the ticket. What was the deal with those two? I'm not sure. Achi and Hitomi could only stand there, dumbfounded. On the other hand, hey, look at the time. It's almost 3. The two headed hurriedly for the Gigo back entrance. But just as they were nearing the doors, the shutters dropped down in front of them. Whoa, what gives? A body has been discovered! Due to maintenance, all entrances other than the main entrance on the first floor have been closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. Achi glared at the loudspeaker. It looked like there was no exit through the back after all. I got a really bad preposition about this. You mean premonition. Hitomi had gotten quicker to butt in with her corrections. Holding on to their premonitions then, the two hurried their way up the stairwell. As Hitomi tried to head out the first floor entryway, Achi yanked her back. Careful. What's the matter? It's that guy. Huh? Hitomi's expression stiffened. Slipping behind a nearby pillar, Achi pointed to the man with the cane, who was keenly eyeing shoppers as they came and went. Well, this bites. No way we're getting out with him there. Achi. Hitomi whispered in his ear. Behind us. Achi glanced back and saw the two goons walking in their direction. Uh-oh. If those two caused a scene like before, the assassin would notice them for sure. Aha! The younger punk had spotted them. Damn it, Achi thought, gritting his teeth. Hee! But the thuggish pair let out a teensy squeak and then darted off in a different direction, vanishing from view. What the heck? Achi and Hitomi watched them go, unsure what to make of this sudden retreat. Well, anyway, Achi said after a moment, now we can try to find another way out. Taking Hitomi by the hand, he headed back into the shopping area. The back entrance on the first floor, that was a no-go. The other emergency exits were also locked down, which meant that the main entrance on the first floor really was the only choke point in or out. It was almost time for them to meet Kanon. They needed to find some way to bust out of here. The pair headed back toward the main entrance. Then they saw the man with the cane again, heading in their direction. He hadn't seen them yet, but there was no way they'd avoid him if they didn't do something quick. Guess for now we gotta go up, Achi said to Hitomi. They started racing up the nearest escalator, which was descending from above. My bad, coming through. Sorry, please excuse us. They fought and shoved their way past a stream of people riding in the other direction. They could see the second floor now. Achi figured they'd be in the clear once they got there. Oh no! but then a large woman appeared at the top of the escalator heading down. She was the one who'd been in the Chinese restaurant on the 4th floor. The one who'd supposedly packed an entire buffet into her belly. She was wide enough that Achi and Hitomi would never be able to slip past her. Hey, out of the way! Achi shouted. But the young woman ignored him. Achi tried to push past, but he just bounced off her. They were drifting inevitably back down toward the 1st floor. It was like they were riding a conveyor belt that was delivering them right to the assassin. This was not good. If they didn't do something soon, they'd... Wait a sec. Something must have caught the assassin's eye. Achi saw him suddenly rush outside. There was no telling what had just happened, but now there was a chance to escape. Achi and Hitomi raced out the door. I'm assuming Maria was outside? I don't know. Outside, the man with the cane was nowhere to be seen. Looks like we're safe. Achi let out a sigh. For now, someone said, keep your eyes open. The sudden words made the two turn with a start. Kanan was standing right behind them. She'd gotten this close, and neither of them had noticed a thing. She moved with all the skill of an assassin. Achi felt a chill shoot through him. I don't know about you guys, but to me she looks like a female Achi. Maybe it's the hair, I don't know. Sawa. Norikawa got his wallet out of his jacket to pay the driver. Oh no, Kimizuka said, waving a hand. Don't worry about the fare. Huh? Why not? There's still plenty left over from what you paid me earlier, sir. That's what I meant by special fare. That's right, he paid Kimizuka a whole 10,000 yen for taking him to Endo Electronics earlier. But, I mean, I'm not the sort of person to keep the change, as it were, Kimizuka said. Norikawa felt a surge of pride at those words. You're my kind of guy, Mr. Kimizuka. A man on the job can always count on Hachiro Kimizuka's taxi, the driver grinned. Now go on, go. Thank you. I have a feeling we'll meet again. As Norikawa entered the theater lobby, he saw a bunch of flower bouquets, patrons' gifts of appreciation. Among the names of the senders were celebrities he recognized. I don't know you people. Evidently, the Wandering Angels were a pretty popular acting troupe. People were setting out pamphlets and flyers out on a nearby table. There was a palpable tension in the air. The crew seemed skittish as they went about their work. He's late! Someone shouted all of a sudden. It was a man over in one corner of the lobby, railing angrily to nobody in particular. Why the hell hasn't that journalist shown up yet for the interview? Looked like he'd been waiting on Norikawa then. What's the deal pulling this while we're this busy? Guess that's Shinosuke Orai. I've been busy myself, Norikawa said, keeping his composure. Trust me, I know how it goes. Huh? Who the hell are you? I'm the guy you've been waiting for. Mr. Orai. The man glared at him. It's Orai, he said. Anyway, I'm Norikawa. Sorry to keep you waiting. Though really, a short wait is a small price to pay for the chance to be interviewed by me. Well, I hope you appreciate how valuable my time is now that you're taking it, snapped Orai. Wow, someone sure has a high opinion of himself, Norikawa replied. He marched up to Orai. Damn right I do. I'm Shinosuke Orai. The theater man got right up in Norikawa's face. Like anyone even cares. A jolt of tension sparked between the two men. I beg your pardon? A woman interrupted. But Mr. Arai does have a schedule to keep. And who are you, Miss? Tsukuzawa. I'm the producer. Well, listen, Sue. I'm in the middle of an interview here. Please don't interrupt. What? That's how you conduct an interview? That's right. This is how I roll. Look, whatever, Arai growled. Let's just do this already. Fine by me. The two men sat down at opposite sides of a table in the lobby. But Tsukuzawa spoke up again. Mr. Arai, don't forget the meeting you have after this. Yeah, handle that, would you? Norikawa let out a derisive snort. It's like you're holding court, he said. Do people actually hang around you with that kind of attitude? You have no right to judge my acting troupe. Norikawa straightened up in his chair, a mocking smile on his lips. Oh, so it's your acting troupe, huh? He said. Why not just play all the roles yourself? Heck, you can even be your own audience. How dare you? Arai rose to his feet and made to leave, but Tsukuzawa herded him back down into the chair. Norikawa continued as if he hadn't heard. Just what is it that you do, anyway? He asked. Arai raised an incredulous eyebrow. You don't know? No, why should I? You came to an interview without knowing anything about who you were interviewing? Yep. That's it, get out. Arai roared and pointed angrily toward the exit. How dare an unmannered clod like you come in here and waste my time? Hey, who's being unmannered now? I came all the way out here to hear your story, didn't I? Why don't you get out? Norikawa pointed at the exit as well. Why the hell should I have to leave? Arai demanded. This is my house! Look, just get out. This time both yelled and pointed toward the exit in unison. Tsukuzawa quickly interposed herself between them, forcing a smile. Gentlemen, please, calm down, she said. Then she turned to Norikawa. You should be aware that Mr. Arai used to be a broadcast writer. He's responsible for a lot of big hits. You don't need to mention that, Arai grumbled. Nonetheless, Tsukuzawa rattled off the names of several shows. Norikawa did indeed recognize many of them. He murmured. So how come you're running a failing theater now? Failing? Arai went red in the face. I'm not wrong, am I? You were absolutely the rudest person I've ever met. What would a rank amateur like yourself know about theater? Arai's face was dark with rage. But Norikawa didn't back down. Listen, this has nothing to do with how well your theater is or isn't doing, he snapped. The television world wouldn't accept you. So in order to retain your pride as an entertainer, you started doing theater. Isn't that so? Don't act like you know anything. I've staked my entire life on this theater. It seemed as if Arai might throw a punch at any moment. Sure, a city theater might seem small time compared to TV, but you get a lot more response from it. Response? Now that sounds interesting. Darn right, Arai exclaimed. You can see it from up on stage. The audience, you can see their faces. There was a passion in Arai's voice now. You can really feel it. When the audience is enjoying themselves, you can feel that energy. You can't get that from doing television. Thinking back on it now, my time spent working on TV. Let's see, what's a good analogy? It's like being handed a towel that's already damp. No, that's not right. Okay, so a better analogy would be... And without further preamble, Arai began talking about his tribulations back in his broadcast writer days. Norikawa smiled inwardly. The interview ended promptly after 15 minutes, the time that had been promised. Both men emerged from it as if from a daze. Minorikawa found himself staring Arai in the face, shaking him by the hand. "So, what kind of story did I just get?" he asked, speaking half to himself. "You heard about one man and his life, and I have to admit it was a good interview. Thanks, you have my gratitude." With a satisfied smile, Minorikawa closed his notebook. "Right, glad to hear that then." Arai inclined his head, looking a bit bewildered. A flustered Tsukuzawa interrupted. "Mr. Minorikawa, wasn't this interview for a piece about the performance?" "Huh?" Minorikawa blinked. "It's just that you were only asking about Mr. Arai and not about the performance itself," Tsukuzawa said. "Oh, I see what you mean. Actually, I came here for a piece I'm going to be writing called Where Are They Now? Washed Up Broadcast Writer Showcase." Washed up? Arai was red in the face all over again. "You bastard! How dare you! Forget everything I just told you. I do not give you my permission to use it in your magazine. You're too late." "What?" "I've already heard your whole story. You should be grateful that I'll be writing a piece on it." "You bastard!" With a wild look in his eyes, Arai snatched up a hammer the stage crew had left nearby. Oh god. Go ahead, hit me. Go ahead, hit me. Well, I'll hit you, alright. Arai waved the hammer menacingly. But the attack came to a sudden halt as a ringtone startled him out of his fury. "Hold on a moment," Minorikawa said brightly. "I have to take this." He whipped out his cell phone. "Hello, Minorikawa speaking." "This is Osawa." Wow, he'd called back a lot sooner than Minorikawa had expected. "Have your daughters come home then?" "No. Actually, there's a favor I'd like to ask you." "A favor?" Minorikawa thought back to his visit to the Osawa residence. The drawn curtains, the stricken look on Osawa's face. Minorikawa's instincts had sensed something significant going on. Apparently, getting the full story wasn't going to come without some cost. "A favor, huh? Is it something urgent?" "I'll pay whatever I have to. I just need you to look into something as quickly as possible." His voice had the telltale desperation of a man who'd been backed into a corner. "All right," Minorikawa said. "I can help you out for a little while." Osawa hurriedly explained what he was after. The request was a strange one. He wanted Minorikawa to look into a scandalous article that four-star general gossip had run about him in the past. "What makes this so important?" Do I have to say? I mean, you're asking me to look into something without explaining anything." He eyed Arai, lurking nearby with obvious irritation. Minorikawa would need to calm down the erstwhile broadcast writer, or else his interview really would be for naught. He decided to bluff both men at the same time. "Let me just say one thing," he said into the phone. He made sure he spoke loud and clear so that Arai would overhear. "I want to tell the world this story. No, I need to tell it. If I don't feel that way about something, no amount of money in the world will get me to write an article on it. That's my pride as a writer at work." Minorikawa could see Arai's aura of rage fading as he listened. The theater man looked surprised. Meanwhile, Osawa had decided to open up a bit. "All right," he said. "I can't share all the details, but..." Okay, he's in a talkative mood now. "Good job, Minorikawa. See, this is going fine. The power balance of the entire world might be at stake here," Osawa continued, "and I mean that quite literally. I can tell you more after you're done investigating." Wait, was he serious? How could the world's balance of power hinge on looking into some alleged marital affair? It was so absurd that Minorikawa had to fight the urge to burst out laughing. A person would need to be out of his mind to believe a story like that. But Minorikawa wasn't the average person. And sometimes the truth was so ridiculous, it really was stranger than fiction. Osawa wasn't lying. Minorikawa's instincts told him that much. "Alright," he said. "I'll check the editing department's notes from back then." Minorikawa felt his excitement building. Things were really getting interesting. For the moment, he nearly forgot Toyama and his troubles. When he ended the call, Arai approached him and extended his hand. "Listen, your methods might be a little extreme, but I can tell you take pride in your work." "Of course I do. I'm sorry for getting so worked up. I bet you'd write a fine article about me. So please, Mr. Minorikawa, let the world know about me and my half-lived life." Minorikawa took the offered hand and shook it. "Leave it to me. Once I'm done with it, you won't just be some washed-up nobody anymore, Mr. Orai." "It's Orai." Minorikawa grinned. Minorikawa rushed out of the theater. He had completed all the interviews that he could get done before 4 o'clock. Now he had an hour left to write it all up to convince the folks from the loan company that the gossip could stay afloat. He let out a roar, psyching himself up for the final push. Kenji. Osawa picked up his cell phone and dialed Tanaka's number. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty mechanical sound, preparing himself for disappointment. "What is it?" Tanaka's voice sounded coldly in Osawa's ear. The tension was electric. Osawa felt a surge of outrage. He wanted to scream. But he took a deep breath and managed to maintain control. "Tanaka, where are you? Is Maria alright?" Tanaka did not reply. "The police told me. They said you were connected to the kidnapping." A soft chuckle came from the other end of the line. "Ah, well. The police sure do know how to do their jobs." Tanaka's tone was unapologetic. He sounded nothing like the man Osawa thought he knew so well. "Why would you do this? Money? Are you having money troubles?" "Money?" Tanaka replied. "I suppose that's part of it. Honestly, I doubt you'd understand. Do you have any idea what it's been like for me doing our research together? You're always the one who takes center stage. The fruits of our success are all yours, even though you couldn't have done any of it without me." The more he said, the more vitriol seethed into his words. Vitriol. Osawa's hand trembled as he clutched the phone. "The taker can never understand how it feels to be taken from. You've hoarded so many things to yourself. So I'm taking some of them back." And with that, he hung up. "Hey, Tanaka!" Osawa dialed the number again, but Tanaka didn't pick up. Osawa racked his brain, thinking back on how Tanaka had been acting earlier that day. Had there been anything unusual? Any clue at all, no matter how small? If he could find some hint, maybe he'd be able to find Maria and Hitomi. That was it. I had been suspicious of Tanaka all along. So much so that she planted a bug on him hidden in a tie clip. Her suspicions must have been pretty strong. Wait. Osawa recalled what Kajiwara had said. But still, if she's that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift is a bit... The words had struck Osawa as odd when he first heard them. I had never given him a tie clip. His heart gave a heavy throb in his chest. It couldn't be. Oh my god. No, it was impossible. That article from 4-Star General Gossip crept back into his mind. The article had talked about a man I had dated before she married Osawa. The man's identity was never revealed. Could it have been Tanaka? You've hoarded so many things to yourself, so I'm taking some of them back. I'm taking your wife. Tanaka's cold words took on a new depth of meaning. Osawa felt the foundations of his life begin to crumble. Were Tanaka and I accomplices in all this? No. Wait. Just calm down. He couldn't let himself jump to conclusions. He needed to be more level-headed. Everything depended on it. If the two really were accomplices, why would I have planted a bug on Tanaka? What purpose would that serve? What could it mean? It was no use. Osawa couldn't think of how that made sense. First things first, he needed to establish what the relationship between I and Tanaka really was. Once he figured that out, he'd be able to get a better handle on the situation. Obviously, he couldn't just go and ask I directly. If she really were involved in all this, she certainly wouldn't tell him the truth. Osawa thought back to the business card he tossed into the trash. He didn't relish the thought of getting help from the scavenging hyena, but now was no time to be picky. If he wasn't able to leave the house, he needed someone else to do some investigating for him. The freelance writer, Minoru Minorikawa. He was Osawa's only hope. Another floor. Well, if it isn't Tama, what a coincidence. It's Yanagishita again. I try to walk on by like I don't notice him, but it's already too late. Hey, where'd your boyfriend go? Boyfriend? I have no clue what he's talking about. Anyway, perfect timing. Can you give me back that magazine? Nothing you're saying is making any sense. I peer at him in confusion. Once again, Yanagishita looks like he might start to cry. Don't tease me like this. I did give it to you, right? No, you didn't give me anything. I get it. You wanted that 100,000 yen all to yourself. So now you're playing dumb, is that it? No, I honestly have no idea what this is all about. By now, he's all worked up and getting red in the face. Look, you might have amnesia, but that excuse ain't gonna fly with me. The amnesia has nothing to do with it. He doesn't seem to want to believe me, no matter what I say. Come on, hurry up and just give it back. Otherwise, I'm gonna start bawling here, right, real loud. He's gonna cry, seriously. This guy's a real piece of work. Well, what's it gonna be? You gonna make a grown man cry? It would certainly be pretty embarrassing if he starts sobbing now. But I can't exactly give him back a magazine I never had. The elevator doors open. Well, if it isn't our little entrepreneur, we've been looking for you. It's the two thugs from before, but there's no avoiding them this time. Ozu, the ogre. Yipes! The men drag Mr. Yanagishita into the elevator. Save me, Tama! He grabs hold of my hand. Hey, let go of me! Great, now I'm in the elevator too, and the doors are shutting. Now then, Mr. Yanagishita, says the bald-headed man. There's nowhere else to run. His tone is polite, but also pretty foreboding. Whoa, wait, just hold on. I can get you the money. I'm just about to get loads of it. Enough of your poppycock, snarls the younger guy. I really mean it this time. Please, you have to believe me. I can pay you 100,000 right now. 100,000? You're really carrying around that much? Asked the bald man. No, not me, the girl. Oh no. The men turn to eye me in unison. She's holding on to something that's worth 100,000 yen. What? A sudden turn in the conversation has me all flustered. Tama, please, Yanagishita says. Just hand it over. I already told you I don't know what you're talking about. The elevator stops at the first floor and the doors open. Oh! Standing on the other side of the doors is the guy I ran to earlier, Hana's father. The bald-headed man snarls. Toyama! I'll just get the next one. Whee! Hana's father bolts like a startled hare. The bald man and his crony stare after him. Now's my chance, Yanagishita hisses. He darts out of the elevator and makes a run for it. Hey, after him, shouts the bald man. After who? Him or him? Just start with Toyama. The two thugs race after Hana's father. They've left me all by myself. I'm worried enough to think about going after them, but before too long, I've lost sight of them all. For a long time, I just stand there, dumbfounded, like a hurricane victim lingering in the aftermath. Ugh. What a day this has been. When I finally get my wits about me, I realize I'm pretty hungry. That's right, I didn't get to eat lunch. I head for the 4th floor where the restaurants are. Since I really don't want to run into Yanagishita and those other guys again, I decide to take the escalator. As I'm riding it up, I hear a commotion coming from the floor below. It's a man's voice, shouting angrily. Out of my way, come on! I pay the outburst no heed and let the escalator take me up. When I arrive at the 4th floor restaurant section, the sign for a Chinese buffet catches my eye. Imabiki Chinese Restaurant. The name means something along the lines of Fire of Morning. I guess fire is important for cooking, but that's kind of an unsettling thing to call an eatery. Oh well, I guess the name doesn't really matter. I'm in a mood to straight up devour some Chinese food. When I go to enter though, I'm stopped by one of the employees. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I'm afraid we're not accepting any customers. I mean, we're not really open, not just now. She sounds a little bewildered by her own words. Why not? Well, you see, one of our other customers ate all our food.
Someone ate an entire restaurant out of food? Is that even possible?
What I'm trying to say, miss, is that we're closed for the day.
Go figure. Looks like Miss Shiyanagishita's bad luck has rubbed off on me. I guess I'll have to look for another restaurant to... Hold up. Who's that kid? Lying idly across the seats in the waiting area at the front of the restaurant is a young girl. Is this the girl that dismal-looking fellow has been searching for? She looks so sad it makes my heart ache. I can't just leave her here alone. Excuse me, is your name Hana? She looks wary at the question. Your father's been looking for you, I say. Hana ignores me and then just stares up at the ceiling. Hey, how about we try to find your dad together? I coax the girl into getting up, then I call out to the restaurant staffer. Excuse me, where should I go to ask them to put an announcement on the PA system? Don't know, maybe, the first floor, the security office? Right, down we go. I take Hana with me and we get on one of the elevators together. Do you know my father? Hana's tone is pretty brusque. Well, I don't really know him exactly. Then are you a debt collector? I laugh and shake my head. Would a debt collector be wearing an outfit like this? Hana lets out a deep sigh. So you're just kind of butting in then? Well, yeah, I guess so. I can't help but grin sheepishly. I feel like something about sad little Hana is stirring some of my lost memories. If I just came out and told her that, though, she'd probably think I was a total weirdo. So I decide to say something else. Guess I'm just the sort of person who can't ignore someone in trouble. You're weird. Hana looks away from me. When I get to the security office, I hear voices coming from inside. I wonder what they're talking about. I peek in through the crack in the door, and I see a man with a cane speaking with a security guard. How many exits are there that lead outside? There's the main entrance on the first floor, along with 2 side entrances. Also, there's one down on the first basement level, and another in the second basement. The security guard spoke with polite precision. I see, says the man with the cane. I need you to shutter all exits, except for the main entrance right away. Understood, sir. Attention all shoppers. The announcement comes in over the loudspeaker. Due to maintenance, all first floor entrances other than the main entrance have been closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Customers wishing to leave, please use the main entrance on the first floor. I'm not sure what just happened, but it sounds like the main entrance is now the only way out. Come on, I say. Let's have them make an announcement for us. But when I turn around, Hana's gone. She must have run off while I was distracted. Well, looky here. If it ain't that little cutie again. The 2 thugs that were after Yanagishita come strolling toward me. Wow, you're a speedy one, huh? Says the bald man. Weren't you downstairs just now? And did you change your clothes, too? He looks me over, seeming impressed. Hey, hold on, let me see your face. The younger man grips me by the wrist. You know Yanagishita, yeah? Go on and give him a quick little call for us. He gives me a sharp yank. Let go of me! Can it, girlie? Just give the man a call and we're all good. I have nothing to do with that guy. Do it now.
These guys aren't even listening to me. Now I'm pretty pissed off. I said I had nothing to do with that guy. I whip my manhandled arm in a wide arc and send the younger man flying into a stack of boxes. Guess he must not have been expecting that. He hits hard, the impact knocks him out cold. "Oh, who the heck are you?" the bald man asks, his eyes wide. "Shut up," I tell him. "You are next." I flash a winning grin. He gathers up his fallen friend and drags him away as fast as he can go. Okay, that was pretty strange. It was just like when I was fighting Miku. My body seems to know how to pull off all these moves instinctively. Am I a martial artist, maybe? Anyway, I've got to find Hana. Easier said than done. I wander around the building, but I don't see any sign of the girl. Maybe she went back home. Eventually, I slump down on a bench in a corner. I wish I could go home too, I mutter to myself. Something cold presses against my neck. What? Is that what I think it is? Make a scene and I slit your throat. Oh no, it is a knife. Two foreign men grab me by the arms from either side. In that moment, fragmentary memories flood through my mind. I'm on a street. It looks like someplace in the Middle East. I'm being dragged along by several men. I'm too scared to speak. There are people in the street, market vendors, but none of them seem willing to get involved. The man dragged me into some back alley. Help me. Please, somebody help me. I'm being abducted. And then a dark silhouette drops down in front of me. The figure brandishes a knife threateningly at the men. The blade moves with dazzling speed. My captors are all down in mere moments. Who is this? Who came to save me? I try my utmost to drag my memories to the surface. It's a girl. That's right, I'm certain of that much. I don't remember her face, but it's a girl younger than me. Walk faster! The angry hiss in my ear snaps me out of my flashback. What was that memory just now? I'm more concerned about the girl who saved me than I am about the men who captured me now. The two thugs march me along, still holding me by the arms. Can't believe she was in a place like that. Yeah, talk about giving us the runaround. I can't figure out what they're talking about. A place like what? Giving them the runaround? Do you know me? The two men look at each other. Wait, are you the other one? One of them peers closely into my face. What are you talking about? What do you mean, a place like... I stop as a sudden idea comes to me. Hold on, are you talking about that storehouse? The men look utterly confused. What are you talking about? One of them asks. I explain that I've lost my memory. This seems to make them pretty anxious. We gotta report this. One of the men takes out his cell phone and makes a call. He informs whoever's on the other end that I've lost my memory. I have no idea what's going on. Based on what I can follow from the conversation, though, it seems these were the people who had put me in that storehouse. But why had they done that? One of these guys asked if I was the other one. What could that possibly mean? Could it be? Did they abduct me because they mistook me for someone else? If so, who? The more I try to think, the more muddied this all gets. Calm down, just calm down. Let's think of what we know. What I do know for sure is that I woke up inside that storehouse. And evidently, I took a blow to the head, and that's the cause of my amnesia. Hold on, that's strange. If these people had kidnapped me before, why wasn't the storehouse, well, locked? Seems pretty sloppy if they wanted to keep someone confined. What could all this possibly mean? It's no use. I haven't the foggiest. None of this makes any sense at all. Let go of her. I craned my neck to see who spoke. It's the man with the cane who was at the security office. Who the hell are you? One of my captors barks. I said let her go. Did you not hear? The man with the cane pulls a gun from his suit pocket. Get lost. This isn't worth dying over. The two men take a few steps back and then bolt out of the alleyway. Who are you? My voice trembles slightly. Guess he's not here. The man takes a quick look around. He? Do you mean Mr. Yanagishita? All that matters is that he's not here. Gun in hand, the man slowly approaches. Hitomi Osawa. I know you've done nothing wrong. What? I feel a jolt of surprise at the name. Hitomi Osawa? Is that my name? His face, a mask of stone, the man points the gun right at my head. Please, no hard feelings. Woo! Alright, so I'm gonna end this here. Next time we're gonna do 15 to 16, 3 to 4. There's a lot happening. I guess this is where the story is really picking up. I'm just interested. I want to know more. You know, I need answers now. But I have to wait. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll catch you next time. Bye!